Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come back. We'll get going with the session after lunch. So come on back. And I think right after lunch, we wanted to talk with Susan. Sandra. It was one of those S names. I couldn't remember what it was.
And so Sandra, if you want to unmute
Yeah,
yourself.
thanks. Yes, I had an interesting experience with the exercise that we did with the front and back heart and the front and back head. Instead of having the usual very relaxing, almost falling asleep sort of reaction, when you had us go between the front and back heart chakras and try to find the center, all of a sudden my body started vibrating and started in the chest. And I was sitting down, so I don't know if it was vibrating low or not, but then it went up into my head and it started vibrating more and more and more. And in fact, if I didn't really hold my muscles, my whole body would have been vibrating. And then when we got to the head and you asked us to find the place between the forehead and the back head, all of a sudden my crown chakra opened. And I've had it open before, just very subtly, where I could hardly feel it. This wasn't subtle. This was boing.
No. It opens with the horror of the hammer of Thor. Like bam.
Yeah, it was rather startling. I think I almost screamed, but I guess what I want to ask you is if you have any reason why that happened. I mean, why I had these vibrations.
Yeah, I mean, it's stimulating a lot of energy. When you do the aspects up in the head, it's more about light. And when you start to do the part in the chest, it's associated with more like experience the divine love aspect. And so a tremendous amount of energy comes in, and for your body to handle it, that's why a lot of times we do like a lot of prep work is it takes your body like to shift a bit and sometimes the body has to be tempered a little bit to be able to handle it. And so, it's no reflection on development or anything. It's just that the body just needs to be tempered a little bit. And, conditioning and health issues. And, for me, for example, like when I do a lot of really intense meditation and mantras and things like that, I have this really nice blissful experience, but my old injury sites get really congested and they can flare up and be a little bit painful just because my body's compromised in those areas. And so like I know it, and when I go through and do this, I'm prepared, like, okay, I might have to do a little work on one of these areas. And so I use things to offset that stuff, and it's just it's the state of the body. I can't undo the injuries. Normally throughout the day they don't really bother me, but if I do something really intense, like I'll feel it in my spots. And so the same thing can kind of happen with this. The vibration makes sense. Like it opens up a lot, but like sometimes there might be a little discomfort in some areas, and some of it is just your body's getting used to it or acclimating to it. That's pretty normal.
Could be a blockage that is trying to get
Sometimes
through.
it's just the body's a little overwhelmed. Like, it's just like trying to process it. It's like a new thing for the body. And so, I mean, it could be blockages. It could just be some congestion or something. And sometimes it just takes a little bit for the body to assimilate the energy. And so it could be any of those, and it could be just like you said, like be a little bit of an old injury site or something that's causing a blockage. And so the buzzing sound or the buzzing feeling isn't necessarily like a bad thing. Like that is the kind of energies coming in would be kind of a buzzing. Like a lot of times when I do it, I actually hear a sound, like a sound deep within that's kind of buzzing-ish, like it's more like a hum, but you could kind of call it buzzing a little bit. And so I mean, I think there's also the component of that you're hearing that or tapping into that, or at least being aware of it. And it's the inner sound, the inner, in Astara they refer to it as the nod, like the inner nod, like NAUD, nod.
Hmm.
And it's tied to the sound of creation, the creative aspect. And so that is possible, and that it blows open the heart and blows open the crown. There's still a stronger version of what we did, but you can see how strong that is. It's like you have to do it like in steps, like you have to get used to it, you have to get acclimated to it. And the plants help, the plants actually help assimilate it to a much higher degree. But
I was using frankincense. I don't know
that
if
would-
that would have anything to do with
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I mean, frankincense is very stimulating to the crown and is very purifying to the crown, and so that probably did help the
Mm.
crown fly open. But I mean, it was probably going to fly open regardless. That just probably made it a bit more intense.
All right. Well, I just thought you might have
How
an
do you how
idea
do you
because
how do you feel now? How was your
I,
time afterwards and processing and?
I felt fine. I was just
Mhm,
puzzled. That's all. And
mhm,
right now, I still feel just a little bit of vibration in my body. I guess I
mhm.
should ground myself or something. Mm.
Yeah, you can ground yourself. I mean, it is an expanded state, and so like it'll eventually, regulate, but like an expanded state sometimes can last a while. And so, you can still be a bit grounded, but in an expanded state at the same time. And so, I'd enjoy it while it's there, and when it passes, it is what it is.
All right. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, one
What
other thing.
I'm curious, what were you working on? Was it something you're trying to heal or a connection to something? Or
Uh, it was,
you don't have to give me a lot of detail.
no,
I'm
I
just
was just,
curious,
it
like
was
the
a
idea.
question I was trying to come to a conclusion about.
Mhm, mhm.
And I have to say that um, the physical aspects kind of overwhelmed that. And so I'm not sure if I actually did come to a conclusion or not, but yeah. Right. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Can you use lavender for this?
Yeah. Yeah. The different plants are going to do somewhat different things, but even if you're doing the practice of like trying to have oneness for the plant, I'm not sure if you're asking about doing the oneness technique with the plant or actually using it for the process. Um, Doing the oneness with the lavender plant, the oil, yeah, that's super solid. Doing the oneness or doing the practice using lavender, it's okay. Better choices were the ones that we talked about, but still okay. Like different plants do different things through this process and through like the materialization breath and things like that we do and other things, and the plants help, but depends on what you're trying to do. Yeah.
Is it better to do the oneness process with a single oil than a blend?
Again, depends on what you're trying to do, not necessarily, but like at first, like if you're doing like, okay, I'm going to have oneness with this item, or I'm going to have, better yet, I should say, I'm going to have oneness with this oil. So I'm sitting here and I'm looking at this oil and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have oneness with the oil. Maybe at first start with single oils. You can still do blends, you can still do all those things, but maybe at first just do like basic single oils, you know. But at the same time, I don't know how much it matters. I think for me, like I like to do it more with a single oil at first because I want to grasp what that oil is capable of and the communication with that plant to a higher degree before I move on to like blends. But you're not hurting anything by doing it. You're not slowing anything down. It's probably more than anything just about gathering data for that part of your brain that's always gathering data. You know, the brain is the sensory mind. You know, you look at something like anxiety, and there's all kinds of reasons why we can have anxiety. But if you start looking at like the psychological ones, you look at like a decision, for example. You know, decisions are made both consciously and unconsciously. And when you make a decision and those two things are at odds with each other, the byproduct is anxiety. You know, unconsciously, you might think this is not a good idea, but consciously, you go, yeah, but there's this and there's that. And, you know, you talk yourself into it. It can produce some anxiety, right? And another source of psychological causes of anxiety is it's not knowing the future, it's wanting to control the future, like the future feels out of control, which it always is out of control. But there's a drive in your brain to try to predict and control the future. And when you feel out of control with that, the byproduct is anxiety, you know, psychological anxiety. A lot of anxieties are produced by the body, but you still can produce psychological anxieties. And so the thing that's nice about this technique is it helps you be present with right now, and it helps you to see things in like in more depth, like the potentials, and you're okay with how things are flowing or playing out. Like, so you could say this being done over a regular basis, you could say it reduces anxiety, because there's less of a need to like control the future, you could say.
Would it be appropriate to do the oneness protocol with an animal?
You could do it with anything. Yeah. It's interesting that you say that, is that it's actually very closely related to, you know, when you hear in old practices how they used to sacrifice animals, and I actually there's still practices that they do that. But the inner teachings isn't that you physically kill an animal, it's that you visualize the animal, and you know, you do something very similar to this process, and you're going after like the animalistic nature within you, you know, that is represented by these different animals and things. And so that you're offering up to become closer to divinity or the divine. And at the same time, by going through and doing it with different animals, you also have a closer connection with the nature spirits or the animal kingdom. If you're doing animals, you'd have a closer connection and kind of like communication with the animal kingdom. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that is a very kind thing to do for the animal kingdom. You know, it helps them experience something that they would not experience on their own. it helps their evolutionary process. Yeah.
Go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey, Dorothy. How are you?
Hey, I wanted a little clarification on the oneness protocol. So yesterday, at the end of the day, we were doing oneness with an oil or plant.
Mhm.
So during a lot of the process, we just looked at the bottle and focused on the chakras without inhaling. I
Mhm.
mean, I think we inhaled at the beginning and the end, maybe. So I'm wondering about a deity or an item. So do we look at a picture or look at the item or just hold it in our heart? And
You
are
have to
we
keep your
inhaling,
eyes, you keep your eyes open and you keep looking at it. Yeah.
keeping our eyes open with on the picture or the item?
Yeah.
Okay, well, during that time, are we inhaling an oil from that list of 6 throughout the process?
Yeah, you could do that. I mean, you could also do it without the plants, or the oils, but the oils do accelerate the process. And so, if you're going to do it and you have the oils, I'd use the oils. But sometimes, like we've done with a star where we have people like look at like an image of whatever deity or teacher
Yes.
there's of their tradition, and then we use mantra, right? So like a lot of times I have them like look at the image, and then like even try to look at the eyes of the deity if that's possible, and then you chant one of the mantras that maybe you have an affiliation for. Even on men could be good. Amen, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om. And the mantra kind of does what the plant is doing. And so you don't even need to use a mantra. It's just the mantra makes it happen faster, like it facilitates it faster. And the oils make it happen faster, like it facilitates it faster. And the issue is that you're having to do it with you're having to bypass the sensory part of your mind, the part that's all the detail oriented stuff. And it's not that you're trying to sedate it or shut it down. You're just trying to recalibrate like how the sequencing is, where you want to use it more for an ally. And so like when you're trying to get things in, that part of your mind, if it doesn't recognize it, if it hasn't had past experiences with it, or if it doesn't make it comfortable, that part of the mind will usually reject whatever is coming in, right? So you kind of are trying to push past it, and then you're going to come back to it, like if that makes sense. And so with that, even one of the ways of doing it is with a bell, like you're doing it and you're looking and you're doing something like with a bell, or like the Tibetan bowls, the conch shell, or I can't remember what they call that in the Jewish tradition, the horn, that spiral horn. It's like kefir or kefir. I can't remember. I have one, but I don't remember what it's called. But so is it shofar? Yeah. So uh the act of doing a motion with generating sound will also do it. And even the prayer wheel, spinning the prayer wheel while you're looking at the item is also another way. Like a lot of times when you're doing the things that generate sound, like the bell or the bowl, or blowing the conch or the shofar, also the prayer wheel. The key there is you keep your awareness on your back heart, not on your heart, on your back heart. And on one level you can do it with your awareness on the blue pearl, but the deeper practice is actually to do the back heart to stimulate the process that we're doing here manually. When you go through and you do the work with the sound, the objects that generate sound, even in the Native American tradition, the rattle, like, doing the rattle. The key is to keep your awareness on the back heart, because it stimulates part of this process. And in the merging of the front heart and the back heart, when you're keeping your awareness on each one, if you're paying attention, it's a lot easier to keep your awareness on the front heart than the back heart, and it feels like very, very different. Like if you can really literally feel that it feels like two different things that you're keeping your awareness on, not like just the front side and the back side of something. And then over a period of time, you start kind of going back and forth, and they kind of start to even out a little bit. But when you get into that center, at first you're aware of each one, and then pretty soon it just kind of floats away. That's the point that you're looking for, is that potential of like not being able to differentiate between the front and the back anymore. But they have different functions, and so they have almost like a different weight to them. Like like the back part always feels like it's holding a little bit more, like it's got like more weight in it. It's like filled with a couple of grocery bags or something, and it's just it's just old stuff coming out, or it just has a little bit more function and activity and things that's going on, and by going through and doing this practice, it makes it easier for those two things to merge. So even the thing with like one of your bowls is you sit and just spin the thing clockwise. Look, I'm trying to see if I have spinning clockwise. And as you're spinning it clockwise, regardless if it's making the sound or not right off the bat, you just keep spinning it clockwise with your awareness on the back heart, and something will start to happen. The sound deepens the experience because of what it does to the nervous system, but it's a lot of it's about the motion and where you're keeping your attention, which is on the back heart.
Oh, so are you saying with the sound, we only focus on the back heart? We don't go through these other steps?
Yeah, just the back heart.
Oh, that's a little different version. Okay, well, back to
stronger version, like to like when people are first learning, I usually tell them to go through the different centers, right? But when you get to like a deeper practice, really focus on the back heart. Like really focus with the items that make the sound, because you're trying to develop the back heart to be able to do something. And the more that you stay focused on it, the deeper that practice becomes, because eventually it becomes you're breaking through boundaries, you're breaking through all these things, you're transmuting, but at some point it becomes expansion of consciousness. And so that's what you're shooting for, is expansion of consciousness.
Okay, so just to finish up, if we are following the protocol you've given earlier, and we're using, you suggested those 6 oils, are those better than other oils, say fancy oils?
For this right now, I would say yes. Like those
Okay.
are a little bit more geared towards like the blue pearl and the mental permanent seed and the materialization breath. This is starting to do something a little bit different. And so like you remember like who was it? Tracy was using tuberose, and she got a little bit of a headache.
Oh yeah.
We'll talk about other choices later, but like it's almost like you have to, I mean, it's not anything bad. It's just that if you go too strong, too fast, that like the byproduct is something like that would happen. And I'm just trying to minimize that kind of reaction. If it happens, it happens. I mean, I do it to myself all the time. So like, that's why I started laughing when Tracy said that. I was like, oh, go big or go home, or swinging for the fences. I can't remember what I said. There are stronger things to do, but it's almost like you want to like temper, you want to temper certain responses as you go through and do this, so that when you go harder or go deeper with it, that your body doesn't respond with a pushback, because that's what's happening for a little bit, is your body's pushing back, going, you're going, okay, let's go deeper, let's have a deeper experience, like let's have expansion of consciousness, and your body is pretty much going, yeah, I don't know about that, like you might want that. Going back to what I was saying before, sometimes we decide something consciously, but unconsciously your body's like, I'm not on board with that one. Right. So it's a way of kind of going back and forth to get your body to be more on board with it. That's what happens. It doesn't really like cause harm. It just can make the body a little bit uncomfortable sometimes.
Well, thank you so much.
Does that help?
Yes, very much.
How I'm curious, how was your experience with the process?
Well, yesterday, really relaxing. Today, I don't know if I just didn't get to settle in. I had a lot to do during lunch, and so I feel a little agitated.
Okay.
And then Marianne.
Hey, Marianne.
Hey, you were talking about sounds, the bell or bowls, but I was also wondering, out in nature, can you use a river that's flowing rapidly?
Yeah,
or a brook,
good
or
point. Yeah, you could use a river or a waterfall. Part of the thing with the sound is also the movement of your body. You're part of what you're doing is you're re-educating the somatic part of your nervous system to have more of a physicalizing effect on the spiritual energy coming in, rather than pushing back on it. So there's that component, but like the sounds of an ocean or being by a river, especially water or wind, like especially water, like in some of my early days of shamanic practices, the teacher, I don't know what to call the person, but the teacher would we would be like next to like a small like little like creek or river, and not only did we do a thing with the sound, but you had to like watch the river and like focus on a spot and just keep watching the movement. And it's that same idea of you're re-educating something to do with the nervous system and how you're processing information. And so at one point they even had us build like a little like kind of square like box, but it was empty, like you could see through it, and then you held it in the water, and then you watched the water go over it just in that box, like you just kept
Wow.
watching in that box, and it does something to the mind. And so wind can do the same thing. Wind can, the water in a way was very purifying to the mind. Wind can be the same way. Like standing in the wind, letting it blow over you, and kind of watching it, or watch it, how it hits your body. I would say the wind is more impactful when you're like on top of like a mountaintop, and you can see what the wind is doing to like the grass and the trees and things like that. But still the same idea.
I was also thinking creatures, animals, and one of my very favorite thing in the spring is to hear the first peepers that come out. And I mean, to use sounds like that transports me to other places. And I wondered if we could use it in this way too.
Yeah. That I call that like a meditation on awareness. And
Okay.
again, very, very shamanic. Like, we used to have to go out and like do some sort of task, and when we'd come back, we'd be asked like, different questions. And a lot of times it was, what did we observe? And it wasn't about the task itself, but everything that we paid attention to on the way there and on the way back to do the task. And it was about being aware of the sounds and the smells and the movements and all those things. And so it is like being like present and aware of nature, the flow of nature and everything. And it's it could be a practice unto itself. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. They used to blindfold us, like they take us out in the middle of like dense woods, and then they would blindfold us and we would have to find our way out.
Wow.
And it's like what you're saying, like you're having to be aware of like the denseness of air and the sounds and the smells and like all those things. And like at first it sounds like, God, I'm going to get all scratched up. And after you kind of like tune in, it's actually, there's like an order or a sense that you get like doing it, and
Wow.
you kind of get into the flow of it, and it's not as hard as you would think. But your
Really?
mind makes it like this, like like I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get out. And you process things through the senses very differently than the way we think we do.
Right.
And so, doing what you're talking about is like a version of that. It's just having awareness or a oneness with nature.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, enjoy those birds.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Tracy.
Hi, I
Mhm.
just wanted to say, yes, there's definitely a pushback. My
Yeah.
whew, but
Tuberose is very strong. It's a very strong oil for spiritual practices and things.
so
And so,
I'm putting Betaverone, and it seems to be helping a lot because I really felt
Okay.
it like in the nuclear ligament. So with what you were just saying, I like to stare into a fire. Is that the same? Is it doing the same thing?
yeah, it's doing something very similar. That's actually one of the ways of doing purification with fire is to be practice a form of awareness while looking at a fire. And it does something to the mind, and you could say it's very, very purifying, like on a lot of levels. In my early days, a lot of times when I was receiving teachings, that's how it was given, is we'd have to look at a fire for a period of time. And then over a period of time, the teachings were given actually through transmission, and then you had to voice some aspect of the teachings.
Oh, that's interesting.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just some more clarifying questions about the sound. Is
Mhm.
that why the Tibetan prayer wheel makes that rattling sound? And is it the motion through the wrist and a full arm movement?
It's the motion, for one, you're moving your hand, like in a clockwise motion to do it, but it's that you're engaging the motor nerves to make it happen. So it's not so much about that it's the wrist or the elbow or the arm, it's just that you're engaging motor nerves to do it. And for the prayer wheel, it's not so much about the sound as it is just about the movement itself. Yeah.
And
Very,
then,
very powerful technique, the prayer wheel. I think there's also a Jewish version of the prayer wheel, but prayer wheels are very potent in what they do.
can this be done with a drum?
Yes, yeah, a drum can totally be done that way. Yeah. There's actually a whole spiritual practices that are based on drumming.
And they were saying the arm motion, they were referring actually to the singing bowl then.
Yeah, you're still doing the same thing with the singing bowl. You're still moving your hand in a clockwise motion, and the drum, it's not so much about the circle, but it is still you're using both hands, and it's doing something to the brain and how each hemisphere is communicating with the brain. And then it is about re-educating, especially when it's a ceremony or certain chants or mantras or whatever you want to call them are being said, songs are being sung that bring in a certain kind of energy while you're doing that motion. Yeah.
And then back to the oneness practice itself,
Mhm.
is there an issue with using this with multiple oils within a short period of time?
No, it's not been my experience. Especially when you're trying to process and have a deeper connection to the plants that you are wanting to work with. You know, like a lot of times when people are like a shamanic healer or even a medical aromatherapist, they kind of have these like go-to plants that they use, right? And so that's usually the plant that they've like really had a deep connection with. And it starts to do a lot of different things because they understand it beyond the idea of just treating symptoms. And so it's almost like you start to get the personality of the plant. And so, you know, it's going to be something that it's not just a one-time thing. You're going to do it over a period of time. You're going to interact with the plant. And so, you know, you open up the pathway to this and it will deepen the practice. And so if your body can handle doing more than just one in a short period of time, then I'd say go for it. Yeah. Yeah. So no other questions? We're all good.
Any other questions do you want?
Yeah,
people
like
to-
any kind of questions can go. I'm gonna still do an advanced strategy that's not in your booklet. But if you have other questions, I mean, this weekend's more for you guys and what you want to talk about and things that you want to address, rather than me just always coming with something to teach about. Like, so if you have things you want to ask, let's go ahead and open that up.
Hey, Greg.
Hey,
I'm having a problem with both of my shoulders, that when I rotate my shoulders, I'm having a clicking noise. And it's not particularly painful, but I'm having this noise. And
yeah,
I
it's
remember
like a
you
little bit of
saying-
a click or like a little bit more of a thunk, like it goes like thunk, thunk.
Yeah.
thunk.
And I remember you going through a process in one of the Tuesday night Q&As
Mhm.
where you were talking about that might have been caused by a problem with the scapula, or the muscles that connect the
Yeah,
scapula.
it's the infraspinatus. And so yeah, it's too far over. It's okay, it's okay. Yeah. So it's on the majority of the surface of the shoulder blade itself.
Yeah.
And so anytime you hear like, I mean, it could be other things too, but usually like 90% of the time, the clicking, popping, dunking, little gritty things that you hear is that particular muscle. And
Right.
so you want to kind of do a couple of things. Like I would say, you know, putting on things that are antispasmodic, like marjoram, basil, petitgrain, you know, black pepper or any sort of pepper can all be helpful. But I
Okay.
would also do things like lovage on it. I would do it just to clean up the tissue. And if you didn't have lovage, you could probably do something like parsley or celery or something. But lovage is a good cleanser. And actually, the Eucalyptus citrodora would be good. If you don't have those, even the use of something like helichrysum on the area could be helpful.
Yeah.
But you want to basically kind of clean up the inflammatory material so that the muscle has a greater potential for relaxing and then contracting. And then you can start doing things to increase circulation, like going again back to the pepper, going to like rosemary, even the thing that's nice about vetiver is it's relaxing and increases circulation to an area without causing heat.
Mhm.
Even something like that could be very nice. It's going to be over a period of time. It's not going to happen all at once, but
Mhm.
we really don't realize how much tension we hold in that particular muscle. That particular muscle gets wound up pretty hard. It's not just like, oh, I'm spending time on the computer. It's like it's tied to like how you hold your shoulders and your shoulder girdle and movements and holding your hands in sustained you know movements over a period of time, like driving or something like that with your arms on the
Mhm.
steering wheel.
Yeah.
All these kinds of things contribute, and it's usually by the time you're having a problem with it, it wasn't something you did in the last several months. It's something you did over usually the last couple of decades, or it's an injury.
Mhm.
But eventually it can start to do a little bit of compression in the shoulder girdle
Mhm.
and start to affect the range of motion and things like that. And so,
Yes, yes,
um,
and yes.
yeah, and eventually it even can be a contributing factor to like a stiff shoulder, or later it can eventually turn into what you'd call a frozen shoulder, which is basically like some adhesions between the shoulder blade and the rib cage.
Mhm.
And that still can be undone most times, but it's something that happens slowly over a period of time. And so the more that you unwind it, the less likely those things are to happen. And it also kind of just frees up some tension in your shoulders.
Mhm.
So even when I take some tension out of that particular part of my body, I will actually even notice it even in my jaws. Like my
Mhm.
jaw feels looser.
Okay. So get my wife to apply the oil neat to my
Yeah.
that muscle area.
Yeah. And
Okay.
I would also not rule out like doing compresses, like
Yeah.
with hot water and like a paper towel, put several drops in and mix it, and then keep putting the compress on the muscle.
Yeah.
Or even like without the oils, you could do like little hot packs.
Mhm.
The thing like a heating pad doesn't always do it, although they do make moist heating pads. But moist heat is usually best when you're trying to release a muscle, like when you're trying to unwind it and release it. If you're
Yeah.
just trying to relax something, like when it's achy, the old school heating pad, it can be helpful. But when you're trying to release it, the moist heat is actually substantially better for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just hot water on a paper towel and a couple drops.
Yeah. Put like I'd probably put like 6-8 drops of oil. I mean, sometimes I
Mhm.
even do a little bit more, in like a little bowl with oil in it, and you just keep dipping the paper towel in, and then put it on the area. After a minute or two, take it back and dip it in again, and then put it on the area again, and just kind of
Okay.
keep doing that for a little bit. And then
Mhm.
after it's done and it's dried up a little bit, then rub some oil into it and call it good. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Also, I've had a problem for a long time when I bend over. My upper hamstrings between my butt and my knees are tight,
Mhm,
painfully tight.
mhm.
Aside from doing some light exercises to try to stretch that out, is there an oil that might help with
Yeah,
that?
even the light exercises, I might be kind of hard with that. Like hamstrings can be notoriously bad
Mm.
to unwind, and sometimes because of the stretching starts to engage the flex response, like
Mm-hmm.
the muscles will start to quiver. It actually will make the tension worse, not better.
Okay.
And so uh what I like to do there is, again, kind of like a similar version of what we were
Mhm.
talking about
Yep.
with the shoulder blade. Is I like to rotate something like lovage, and where you go through and you clean up some of the inflammatory material
Yeah.
that's in the back of the leg. So from
Mm-hmm.
from like your butt all the way down to the back of your knee. Like I'd
Mm-hmm.
even go a little bit past the back of the knee.
Okay.
And then rotate that with I find that the different peppers work really well for the hamstrings. Like
Okay.
it helps to reduce the
Black pepper, pink pepper.
any of them, like pink, black, white, any of them will work.
Okay.
And it increases circulation. It's antispasmodic, but it also helps to release the fascia. You
Mhm.
know, and part of the issue with that is there's like usually some fascial restrictions.
Yeah.
And so if you want to do some breathing on an area, you could use something like vetiver or something relaxing, even like marjoram or something, and
Mhm.
do the sides of your hips and the back of your knees, like do the minor chakra above and below.
Okay.
And that usually has an impact on the fascia in the area and will help to unwind that. You know?
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. The thing with it, like when we start talking about fascia, like there's these different planes of fascia, and there's one that goes from like the bottom of your foot, up the back of your calves, up the back of your leg, through like your butt, up your back, and then all the way up into the neck, into the skull. And in a
Mhm.
way, that big plane of fascia is all contributing to the hamstrings. And
Okay.
so like one of the things that I do sometimes is just treat like the calves and even the heels and the
Mhm.
bottom of the foot, and then take it all up and like the muscles that go along the spine and then into the neck and into the base of the skull where we were doing
Mhm.
the vetiver.
Yeah.
Like that's one big plane of like fascia. And so sometimes the hamstrings are a reflection of something going on there. Then the other issue is there are a lot of not just currently, but like one of the things that we'd look at is that when your body has some inflammation in it, like a decent amount of inflammation, it makes you flexor dominant. You know, so basically, like when you get a fever and you go into the fetal position and it feels good, it's
Mhm.
because the body has become flexor dominant. When you have inflammation in your body, the things that extend the joints
Mhm.
lose its tone first. So
Okay.
that means if it loses tone, then when your body's in a relaxed state, it actually is this, not
Mhm.
this.
Yeah.
Right. You know, because they have to counteract each other, right?
Mhm.
And so when those extensors lose their tone, the tendency is to like curl up or bring joints closer together. And so
Yeah.
tight hamstrings are that joints wanting to come closer together.
Yeah.
And
And that's
so,
my relaxed position is tend to be arms crossed, more of a
right,
pulled in body posture.
right. So with that, I'd say, you know, make sure that there is a reduction in inflammation in the body. And
Mhm.
again, going back to like the lovage helps with that, because it might not be recent inflammation. It might be
Mhm.
inflammation from 10 years ago or 20 years
Or
ago,
longer. Yeah.
whatever. Yeah. And so reduce the inflammatory material in there, clean up the
Mhm.
tissue, start
Yeah.
unwinding it. And then if you feel that there's still some inflammation in the body, then go through and treat the inflammation,
Yeah.
you know, using black cumin or ginger or turmeric, you know, something like that, just to keep reducing it. But if there's substantial inflammation, then you got to be a little bit more aggressive. And the other thing to keep in mind, if there is inflammation or the body's trying to process that information,
Mhm.
is the use of Sylvester pine stimulates the production of cortisone in the body naturally.
Okay.
And so sometimes the Sylvester pine will help offset inflammation that's been in the body for a long period of time and can help facilitate a process of healing when it comes to some of these things. And so that you can just put like 4 or 5 drops on your wrist on a daily basis. And if you have like achiness in your body, you'll notice like the achiness goes away in like 10 minutes. You know, it's kind
Okay.
of can be that quick. And so I would put all of that into the mix.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's see. You mentioned where was it? Put on my list. Lovage, can I use the body tonic or do I need to?
Yeah,
use
yeah.
the
No,
oil?
yeah, that's a great way to do it. Yeah.
Okay.
Like the body tonic is a way to treat the whole body. It's a way to distribute it pretty evenly, and your body can handle that kind of dosage.
Mhm.
You can use it in a salt bath. You can use it even in a neat application, but the body tonic is a good way to do it just over a period of time. Like it's
Okay. Yeah.
extends out the use of the oil, but still a lot of bang for your buck with that.
Okay. All right. Good. I got that on my list.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. And if somebody else is, we lost Samantha for just a second.
Greg, I had a question. This is Danelle. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I was wondering if you had any advice on, after menopause, how to lose weight. I've worked with a lot of women that kind of have this issue, and I'm kind of having it myself. I've adjusted diet, no carbs, and
Mhm.
just not a whole lot of luck. And I'm
Right.
wondering if the work you've done, over the years, if you found anything helpful.
I mean, it definitely can get harder because you're kind of wrestling with the endocrine system a little bit.
Okay.
And so one of the ways to do it is like if you increase water, water consumption, not massively.
Okay.
Can we hold on for a second? We have somebody throwing rocks at the house. Hold on.
Yep.
Let's
Sure.
just pause for a second.
Let's just take a break, guys, for like
Yeah.
5 minutes.
5
Sorry.
minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, sorry about that. So back to, is Danielle still there?
Danielle, yeah.
Danielle. So one of the ways to do that is if you increase your water intake and then also use a diuretic at the same time, you increase the body's ability to flush fluids out of the body, and it changes the nature of your appetite. It doesn't necessarily speed up the metabolism, but part of it is shedding some of the water in the body that can actually then impact weight and weight loss. Also always kind of treating the liver can be good. Like sometimes the liver has issues with how it's processing and dealing with fats in the food and things like that. And so
But I have been taking milk thistle.
yeah,
That be?
milk thistle has a little bit more of a protective quality for the liver, which is very good. But I would probably do something that's a little bit more like cholesterol oriented, like rosemary verbena coupled with cypress or helichrysum or the google, or even herbs that would be like the red rice yeast. Things that have an impact on cholesterol usually will also help facilitate. It's not necessarily for weight loss, but it helps the body process fats in the food and things like that. And so as far as increasing metabolism, a lot of times if you do things where you eat some small meals, like right off the bat in the morning, get things jump started, and then as you get closer to the end of the day, you just kind of stop eating, before you go to bed, especially 3 or 4 hours before bed. I mean, it's not fast, but it does help you shed a little bit of weight. And the idea is, instead of big meals, if you have little meals, it's keeping the metabolism going. And then when you just stop, it helps to burn some of the weight or the fat. Yeah. Yeah. But also regulating hormone levels, so postmenopause, still using Vitex can be helpful. It's not necessarily for weight loss, but it does help to keep some of the hormones at a more regulated, place.
Cypress, would you take it internally?
Yeah, like it would be rosemary, verbena, and cypress together, taken internally, and it's like that rosemary, it's very specific for like cholesterol. Like regular rosemary kind of does. Rosemary camphor is actually more for heart function and circulation. It does do some things for the liver, but it's not something you usually take internally for any length of time. It's more for like topical applications and things. And so, yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're so welcome.
And just so everyone knows, our cholesterol one is the mix of rosemary, verbena, and cypress.
Yeah. And, you know, if you want to mix it yourself, it's 2 parts rosemary, verbena, and 1 part cypress. Yeah.
And then for the guggle, does that also get ingested?
Yeah. Yeah. The cocoa would be.
Okay. There was something in chat. I just have to go back real quick here. I think we're gonna definitely need some clarity on your question, but I'll read it to Greg and then he can. Is it okay when doing manifestation breath, materialization breath, and or Lama yoga breath to wear a ball cap and pull up on the bill to raise the head after the back head exhale, just enough to get the movement started? I don't think will you go through the breath first so everyone is
Wait,
clear
so-
what materialization breath is? Because that sounds like they're exhaling back, not forward almost. They're saying like something like take the bill of the head.
I'm not understanding why. Um,
Yeah, go ahead.
This is Babette, Greg. I've been having this trouble with the bottom of my skull and painful when I do the materialization breath. A little bit, but a lot when I do the Lama breath. So I was wondering if I could wear a hat and just kind of when I'm all the way extended back and I've exhaled to get started coming back down, to get my chin back down to my chest. I just want to give a little tug on the bill of the hat to kind of get me started. And then
Oh, I
my
see.
muscles will take over the motion. But it seems to be that first half an inch is where
Yeah.
the pain is.
I would say try not to go even in that far. Like
Co-
I don't
I'm
know
sorry.
that the benefit outweighs the pain or the risk. You know what I mean? Because like even if you're able to do it for a little while, I'd be concerned that at some point it's gonna, you know, mess up the neck a little bit. And so just you know, instead of going like all the way back, just go like this. You know how like you'd like go down and then inhale up like this and then exhale down. Just go like this, like down, up, down, up, down, up. Just like modify the range of motion.
And that won't make me
Yeah,
a
don't
quitter.
hurt your neck.
No, right, okay.
Yeah, don't hurt
I-
your neck.
Okay, because I just I like to give it give it a full effort, and it just seems like cheating not to be extended both directions or contracted and extended as much as possible. But okay, I'll control myself and stop being greedy. Thank you.
I don't know that it's being greedy. I just like I appreciate that you're just gonna push through even though it causes you pain. But the benefits don't outweigh the risk, you know, of like hurting your neck or you know, causing a kink in your neck or you know, try doing the things with like the vertebra on the base of the skull just to see if you can loosen the neck up. But sometimes it's that, you know, we have bones in our neck that are maybe bone on bone and there's not cartilage there, and really aggravating them even with the motion can actually really aggravate the condition. And so if it's uncomfortable, just don't push it that extreme. Yeah. Do you know, have you had x-rays? Is it bone on bone or is there a herniation? Or I know you probably have told me, but I don't remember.
It about 4 years ago we had a class in which we had did a fast turtle breath, and I did fine in class, The day we did it, Saturday, Sunday, not too much. By Monday, I couldn't get out of bed. So, and since then, it's been touchy, never that bad again, but just a little touchy along that
No,
bottom rib of the skull. And I found that that it doesn't hurt to go back. It just is a little tweaky to get back up again. But if I give it a little nudge with the ball cap, then it's like it's like a diesel engine. You got to warm it up before you can push it,
yeah. I mean, if
before
the
it'll
ball
start.
cap's working for you and it's not causing any harm to your neck, I don't see why you couldn't do it. But
Okay, well, I'll just be really mindful and careful, and like I said,
Right.
and not be greedy. I don't have to go all the way back. I can just go back far enough. Okay, thank you.
You're so welcome.
So for new students, can you explain what materialization?
Yeah,
breath is,
so
what moment breath is?
yeah, so it's kind of different, but the same to the thing that we did right before lunch. And so how about we do it like kind of in motion, and we do it in practice rather than just talking about it in theory. And so let's have you just get an oil that you like to work with, some oil that you like. We won't be super specific with this. Just pick out some oil that you like using, and I'm going to guide you through kind of the materialization process a little bit. Okay, so here, we're doing something similar like that we did before lunch, where you're thinking of something. Here you're holding a goal in your heart, and not so much the details, but just the end result. So if you're wanting, like, okay, I want to have a job that I like, instead of this job that I don't like going to, or whatever it is, and you're not quite even sure what that looks like, just see yourself at work being like happy. Like, it could be something as simple as that. Or you see yourself living a life with a particular lifestyle or something like that. Here you're using the intuitive part of your mind, which is more about symbolism and metaphor. And so it's more about imagery than it is about the nitty-gritty details. And so you're holding it in the heart, which will help clean up any misperceptions that you also have. So with that, define your goal, like whatever your goal is. Like, I want to be in a different job. I want a relationship. I want my relationship that I already have to be better. I want spiritual practice, even to a deity. Think of the deity. Okay, you're holding this image in your heart, whatever it is, the end result. You're holding the image. It could be the positive, or if you're dealing with something negative, you can even hold the negative situation, because the heart will also help clean that up. So whatever it might be. Okay, so this is the technique. You're going to take the bottle, right? You're going to take the bottle, you're going to hold it to your chest, right? Now, holding it to the chest just helps with emotion. There's not like some magical reason why you're holding it to your chest. You're just holding it to your chest. Then your head is going to go down. You're going to inhale. And then you're going to hold your breath, and then move your head up, and then exhale. Then you're holding your breath again, going down, inhale, then up, exhale, and then down, inhale, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale, down, up. So you're moving your head like up and then down, but you're holding your breath as you're doing the movement, right? And so what this does is it helps move energy from the lower centers up to the upper centers. It is stimulating the movement between the forehead and the back head, which, like when we were going through, when we were doing that practice earlier before, remember the forehead and the back head, the play between the two is literally how you break down thought forms and repetitive like thought patterns, right? And so it's a way to clean up the mind and help to organize the mind. And it's cultivating sustained awareness, right? So you're becoming more aware of whatever you're focusing on. And so the movement also, not only are you moving energy from the lower centers up and activating the upper centers, you're diminishing a negative thought form, but you're generating like a positive thought form. At first it's thought energy, and then you start attracting energy from the environment that starts to mix with it and like helps to bring it into form. And so it's a different version of what we did earlier today, but it's still a version of that, right? So when you go inhale, up, exhale, that's one breathing cycle. And then when you go and do it again, inhale, exhale, that's two, right? So each breathing cycle is an inhalation and an exhalation, right? So hold your goal in your heart. You know, you've defined your goal, hold the end result in your heart, be it the good side or the bad side. Hold your bottle to your chest. Let the imagery go. The thing you're visualizing, let it go. And now inhale, hold your breath, move your head up, exhale. Move your head down, inhale, up, exhale. Move your head down, inhale, up, exhale. 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 And then just be still. Just maintain your stillness and awareness. And then bottle to your chest again. Head down. And then do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths on your own. Just be still, be aware. reflect on your goal. What does your goal look like? Is it staying the same? Is it shifting? Is it changing? Is it morphing? Has it completely disappeared? You're still visualizing and contemplating the goal. Your awareness is on the center of your chest. It doesn't matter if your eyes are open or closed. And then bottle to your chest, let go of the imagery, chin down, and do another 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. And then when you're done, just be still, be aware. And then reflect on your goal. What do you notice when you sit with it, when you reflect on it, when you hold it in your heart? What do you notice? Let's go ahead and share experiences and ask questions. And I think there were still other questions to be asked. So we'll just keep addressing those things. But first, let's maybe just do like associated with this materialization breath, if there's experiences that you want to share or a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Deborah.
Deborah.
Hi. I love this materialization breath. I've gotten great results from it, but I'm in the middle of a situation and I need an answer to it. And after we finished that first one, you asked if what if it's where is it? Did it disappear? It disappeared.
It usually is like when something disappears, because we're playing with the creative process is the play between form and essence, right? And so a lot of times when we're focused on something, we're looking at the situation, we're looking at the goals, the thought process, the want, the desire, whatever it is, right? It's more of the form. And when a lot of essence comes in, it's changing the dynamic of the form. And so sometimes it might be that it's morphing into something like a little bit of an upgrade. There might be something you might be letting go of. And a big thing sometimes is we might not see a piece of what this is, and it's allowing for something to kind of come in, or we have things that we think are 3 or 4 different projects that are really just different facets of the same thing. And so it will come back. It's just it's in the middle of that reboot. Things usually don't stay in the essence state for very long. And so what will happen over a period of time is we'll start sinking into your mind, but like a little bit differently. It will be kind of the same idea, but you're tapping into components that are beyond your senses. And so our brains don't always have the ability to process it. And so at first it comes down in imagery, and then eventually kind of like lowers a little bit and gets to the point where your mind can process it through like your normal everyday mind. And so, I mean, that's the difficulty with intuitive intelligence is sometimes it's coming in a language that doesn't make sense to us. Like it's kind of like this weird image, but this and this weird color, and then like you keep sitting with it for a period of time, and it starts to make a little more sense, a little more sense, a little more sense, and then it gets kind of concrete, right? And so the same idea happens. And so I've shared the story many times about there's this CEO guy that I know that I used to do a lot of work for. And, he's, one of the top CEOs in the country. And they were at the time in the process of selling their company. And, it's a big sale. Like it's not a lot of people, a lot of companies that could even buy their company, right? And so, he's stressed out about it. He's pushing about it. He's a little burned out, and he just needs a break. And he's tired of running the company. And he's been talking about this deal for like over a year. And so we were doing this practice, and same thing happened to him. All of a sudden, like, the goal was really defined. And then when he would do it, it would go completely blank. And he had like a little bit of a panicked look on his face. And then he did it again, and again, panicked look on his face. And, you could see him sit there, like staring out the window a little bit, and then we'd do it again. And then by probably about the 4th time, he kind of had a different look on his face. And I looked over at him, and he went, and so, it was in the middle of a class, so we didn't really say anything. And, because people don't know who he is. So I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. And so later we went for a walk, and I was like, what happened? He's like, my goal went away. And then he goes, I thought I was dissipating my goal. I've been working so hard. He goes, I was panicked. Like he was like, I was panicked, and I was hating you a little bit because you were making my goal go away. And then he goes, and then it kind of sunk in. And then he said he realized that in his like stress and his push to sell this company, that when he priced out the company, he left out this kind of dormant piece of the company that he really didn't think about. And that dormant piece of the company that would have been included in the sale was about, like, it was worth about 1/3 of what he had valued his company with. So he was about to make, like a 9-figure mistake. And he goes, it just got so focused on the sale that forgot about this piece. And if I would have sold the company, it would have gone that direction. And he goes, I would have lost so much money. And so we have that tendency to kind of have the things that we're focused on, but sometimes there's things going on that we're not always aware of. And we're aware of them, but we're not really paying attention to it, you could say. And sometimes it's unconscious. And by sitting with it afterwards, when everything goes blank, you're allowing for those other pieces to kind of come in and to be processed in the activity, right? You know, we just had a situation where, well, you know, I think you get it. Like, I don't know, I need to give more examples, but
That's
sit with it.
helpful.
It will come to your mind again, but it will look a little different.
So by sitting with it, should I try to do the materialization breath
You do it 3 or 4
periodically?
times. A lot of times you've sent the email, you just gotta wait for the response. Yeah.
Okay.
Like
All right.
after you're done, you can kind of just go about your thing. And I find that a lot of times it comes to me when I'm doing something where I'm not having to think a lot, like when I'm driving, or when I'm, you know, doing something like, you know, something where it's taking thought, but it's not a lot of like you're having to figure out something on an email or something. You know, you're just, and you don't really see it coming, and it just boom, it just kind of drops in.
Got it. Thank you.
You're so welcome. And if you feel like it hasn't come and it's been a couple of days, then do it again. But you don't have to, like, once you kind of done it 3 or 4 times in a sitting, you know, if it's a big project or something, you can keep doing it over a little period of time. And then at some point you can just stop and just wait for the information to come. But the thing that's interesting about this is it's not just that information comes. You'll find that all of a sudden you're taking action in ways that it's not like you go, oh, I need to get up and walk across the room and, you know, lock the door or something. You just get up and you find yourself like, hey, I'm almost over to the door, I should probably lock it, or didn't think about locking it, but here I am locking it. You know, it's almost like something set in motion without you having to really think it out super hard.
Great. Love it. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of takes, like, what's happening is you're being directed by more of your higher faculties or the soul. And so it's almost like the mind and body are taking instructions for a little bit, rather than like, oh, I got to figure this out. It's like you're kind of opening up the pathway, like the soul's going to guide me to what I got to do here.
I have another question that brings up.
Mm-hmm.
Can a person ever be like willful about what they're manifesting? Even like
that happens all the time. Yeah. Yeah. But this is what I would say, like, going through and doing this process makes it like willful can be just being committed to it. But like a lot of times what you're saying, like willful is like, I would call that like being like forceful, or you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to back down from this. And you know, there's a time and a place for that. But there's also a time and a place, like when maybe something is not accurate, or there's a better potential, then that willfulness doesn't allow for that to evolve out of it. And so by going through doing the materialization breath, you're bringing a heart into it. You're bringing the aspect of that process also activates the inner eye, or the blue pearl, and it softens it up. It brings light into the situation, and it puts it a little bit more in the spiritual will, which is tied more to the crown. And so if you're needing to get done and it's important, you know, there I would say some things that like are a process that I've done that, you know, it's over 5, 7, 8, 10 years. And even though it looked like, you know, I don't know if it was going to work. I don't know if, you know, whatever it is, it's like I could still see the end result, even though there was no external validation whatsoever. Right. And so, you know, it wasn't that I was being like aggressive about it, but I was like, I think I can still reach that point, that end result. And there's times sometimes where you gotta let it go, and there's times where you go, I'm gonna persevere and get it done. This can help with that without it being just like done blindly, because a lot of times when that's happening, but it's under the direction of the crown, is yes, that could be done, but at what cost? And so then you start going, the costs outweigh the end result, maybe I should let this go. Or even though it costs somewhat, the end result is really important. It really is worth it. Maybe I need to pay a little bit of a price, even though it is costing a little bit, of time, energy, effort, reputation sometimes. It's not always um, popular thing to be doing. I mean, depending on what you're trying to do. Is it worth it? And sometimes it is. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. And when it's more from the lower will, it will be, I'm gonna push even though there's resistance. Even though you might achieve it, it might still not be the best thing for you. Like, you know what I mean? So activating these upper centers gives you a little bit more direction and perspective versus just coming from the lower nature. A lot of times when people are trying to materialize something, they're coming from the lower nature, and they get sucked into the process more than the end result. And if there's difficulty or there's a conflict with somebody, it becomes more about winning the situation than it does about manifesting the goal. And so when you start to have a higher perspective, you can go, what is the end result? What is the perspective? And, like here, I'll give an example. There used to be this gentleman around that like he would come to classes, and he had the reputation of being like when we were doing in-person classes way before COVID. This was probably 20 years ago. He was a bit of a character, and he was always a bit of a distraction in classes. There's been a few of them, but there's one I'm talking about in particular. And like when we'd be in class, he would interrupt the flow of the class. He'd interrupt other students. He would sidetrack it into things that he wanted to talk about, not what the students were talking about or what the class was about. He was just a bit of a disruption. And so, this happened a time or two. And when I was back in the area, I just thought, I could sit and wrestle with this guy all weekend through a couple of classes, because at the time I was teaching 2 classes a weekend. I could do that. Or he wants attention. And so why not just give him attention just right off the bat? And so what I started doing is, as I was getting set up for the first class, I would, as soon as he would come in, I would say something to him, and I'd say, hey, why don't you come up here and tell a couple stories about things you've been up to over the last, since I saw you last, or, whatever. And he would get up and he would tell a couple of stories, and then he would go sit down, and the rest of the weekend, he wouldn't interrupt the class. And so, somebody said to me one time, like, not a lot of people get along with that guy. How are you able to get along with him? And, it wasn't about winning, like, oh, I'm trying to teach, don't interrupt me. It was like, if that's what he wanted and I could accommodate it, I gave him his 10 minutes at the beginning, and then I didn't have to wrestle with it anymore. And so by keeping clear on what had to happen, I was teaching a class and I wanted good experiences for the students. They didn't need to watch me go back and forth with this guy. So I gave him what he wanted right off the bat. And then after that, the weekend was just the way that it needed to be. It was laid out the way that it was. And so it would be really easy to get sucked into that back and forth with that person. But when you step back and you go, what's the important thing here? The important thing is I teach the class and students have a good experience, not that I win this little battle with this person. I just gave it to him. Like, you win, like, because it wasn't important. And like a lot of times when we're doing a goal, we get sucked into the process of what we think it is to meet the goal rather than the goal itself. And sometimes we've made the process to the goal way more complicated than it needs to be. And so what happens a lot of times is achieving the goal is easier and simpler, not every time, but sometimes, than what we thought. And we have to be able to be open to that, you know, rather than like, oh, it's got to go down my way. You know, you step back and you go, I want it to happen, that it happens, you know, that you get a new job or that you win the lottery. Still, you're making enough income to get by every year. Does it really matter that it was the job or the lottery? You got the money to sustain yourself for a while. You know, doesn't matter that it wasn't the way that you liked or thought it should look like. You know what I mean? It's a hard one because it's really easy to get sucked into the process. It's really super easy to get sucked into the process. And if you listen, a lot of times when, you know, like in the corporate setting, we'd be talking about goal setting and everything. People more wound up about the process than they were the goal itself. Like, it's a very, very common thing to do. Like, this is the process. When, if you're just trying to meet the goal, if you can get there as simple and easily as possible, then why not do that, even if it looks differently than what you think? Yeah.
Super helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You know, where it really was a thing was people who are project managers. You know, this was the common thing that I would say to them: you have really smart people, why are you micromanaging them? Like, that's the way it looks like in the corporate setting, is you're micromanaging it because you want it to look a particular way. Present them with a problem and step back and let them resolve it. They're the ones doing it. They might be able to do it better than what you think. And it's less stress on everybody. And you monitor it. It's not that you totally turn away from it. And then when they can't do it, you step in to help to manage it. But at some point you put smart people in a position and then you let them be themselves. And, you know, a lot of times they evolve it in a way is simpler and easier than what you're trying to put forth. And so, like in the corporate setting, it would be micromanaging. And so if you think about, like, when you're trying to materialize a goal, how much are you micromanaging it and how much are you just letting things flow? Like, so that's the piece that I do for myself is like, am I micromanaging or am I backing off and letting things go in the proper direction, if that helps?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank
Because a
you.
lot of time when you're saying you're being like willful or like pushy, a lot of times that translates into like, I got to manage every little piece. It's got to go the way that I think it should go. And sometimes things work out better than you thought, you know. And so,
Do you want to hear part of what's happened?
sure.
Okay. I'll be brief about it, but you might get a good chuckle about this. I don't have a home. I'm paying rent month to month. My house is for sale. I'm living between two states. I don't know which state I'm going to be in, and my roots. It's very destabilizing for me. So I was like basically not really living because I was so focused on, I've got to find a place. I've got to figure out where I need to be. Where am I going to be? Where am I going to be? So I manifested a home and I put money down on it, a lot of money. And as I was doing it, there were all these red flags that kept coming up, kept coming up, kept coming up. And then finally, in the very end, there was a lot of damage to the house. And I was going to have to fix it after buying this new construction house. So I just terminated the contract.
Perfect. Yeah.
But so now I don't have a house still, but I realized I kept asking myself, I'm being willful about this. This is not the
Yeah.
right place for me, right?
Very, very common to talk yourself into something like that. Looks good on paper or looks good, like, yeah, I think this is it. You talk yourself into it. And, because we're dealing with, there's the thought process and then the way something feels. And we want to be able to like check in with both. Does this feel good? And is this smart? Right. And so a lot of times we're going by one and not like both. Like, yes, this feels good, but it might not be smart, or yes, this is smart, but it feels horrible, or and so like, even engaging the process, you kind of figured out like, no, I need to not do this. Like, and sometimes that's even what you do, is like you engage the process and see that like too many red flags. This is making me uncomfortable. And so, on paper, it might have been good, but like you said, if you had to put a bunch of time and money into like fixing something that is broken and it's a relatively new house, oh, that's a pretty big red flag. Doesn't mean that it couldn't be addressed, but it starts to make you a little nervous,
I just concluded that it was not the right place for me, and I was trying to make it the right place, which was just going to create
Yeah.
So that's what I was focused on. Like, okay, can you tell me where the right place is? And it disappeared. So
Yeah.
so thank you.
Yeah. Sometimes that is the blessing. That's one of the things the Dalai Lama said, is like, sometimes the blessing is we don't get what we want, because maybe we wanted something that wasn't really that good for us. Like on paper, it probably looked good, but if you got into a house that had a bunch of repairs and it was still a new house, that could be a little rough. Didn't mean that it could have eventually been a nice house, but it might have cost you more than you thought, or cost you lots of frustration, or
And then in the share, somebody else said, my goal is fading away.
Yeah,
they had
yeah.
similar.
Yeah, I always find that to be a very positive experience, like not in the moment, but after the fact, something much more upgraded comes in.
How often do we do the materialization breath?
You can do it daily. Yeah. I mean, if it's a small project, you usually don't, but you could even use this for healing, like physical healing, psychological healing. Put the issue in the heart, go through and do the process. You can do that daily. If it's a big project, you can do it over a period of time. And the first 10, 12 years that I did this, it was just a spiritual practice. I would visualize the deity of my tradition, and I would do the practice, and that's all I did, was just the deity. Because, like, here's an embarrassing thing to say, I didn't trust my judgment for what I wanted to bring into my life. So I was like, I'm just going to go to the divine, and maybe later I'll be able to figure it out. But like, I've made so many bad choices that I don't trust myself. I mean, I literally had that talk with myself pretty often in my early days, and so if you feel like you're in that boat, I hope you're not, but if you feel like you're in that boat, then just do a devotional practice to the deity or the spiritual teacher in your tradition, and wait for you to feel like you have more clarity. There's nothing wrong, there's nothing wrong with saying, you know what, I don't know. I just don't know. A lot of times you're opening up the potential for something different to happen than what's been happening before. And it can be kind of a good or healthy thing. And so, at the moment, it was out of frustration. I just don't know. But looking back, had I not done that, I would have kept doing the same thing over and over again. And so I was glad that I was in a place where I was just frustrated. I was like, oh, I don't know.
So back to the regular questions. What is the difference between lovage root and lovage leaf?
So the lovage root is a little bit more potent, but it's also a little bit more expensive. And so a little bit harder to get as well. And so there's not as much of the lovage root floating around. I'd say the lovage leaf is about 80% the potency of the lovage root. They both have the same properties. It's just from a different part of the plant. But if you're going to be using it a lot, most bang for your buck is lovage leaf. Like when I'm doing the body tonic on myself or rubbing lovage on a particular area, honestly, I'm doing lovage leaf almost all the time. Like lovage root is a bit more potent, but it's like $15 or $20 more, I think, for a little 5 mil. So I mean, it has to be really extreme for me to bump up to do the root. When I was coming up in medical aromatherapy, the leaf wasn't available to us. We just had lovage root, and it was incredibly hard to get back in the day. And so I always kind of set it aside, like, oh, you don't use this one very much because it was hard to get. And now access is much easier, but because it works so well, I want to use it a lot. And so you got to go for most bang for your buck, and the leaf is the most bang for your buck.
And can you please suggest a protocol for the helichrysum for cholesterol?
A couple drops internally. Yeah, a couple drops in water daily. Yeah.
Oh, for the materialization breath, can you imagine the energy going like up and down, like instead of doing the actual thing? Like what if you imagined your energy body doing the materialization?
It kind of works. It's better just to do little movements with the head. It doesn't have to be big extreme ones, just like little slight movements. Yeah. There's something about mechanically moving the body.
Oh, and I think this person was saying, even with they're moving the body slightly, what if they imagined the whole like movement? Like,
Yeah, you could try. Yeah. I mean, you're not hurting anything.
someone's asking about colonoscopy. Give me a second. Is there an oil that I shouldn't use internally before a routine colonoscopy?
Honestly, I wouldn't use anything about 48 hours, like oils, herbs, except for medications, unless your doctor has told you otherwise. Don't take aspirin, don't take anything about 48 hours before any sort of procedure. You want to minimize any sort of complication that could happen in the procedure. And, you want to have something where if they nick something and there's a little bit of a bleed, that you have something that's thinning your blood or something like that. And so 48 hours before, I'd drop everything. Up until that 48 hours, I'd say everything you're doing is fine, except for a couple of days before the event.
Where can we purchase a good quality Gouda Cola?
Go to I want to say Gaia has a CO2 of it. I'm pretty sure Gaia does. I like Gaia because of its CO2. It's real close to essential oils. And so I would use their stuff.
Good questions, guys. Hope I didn't miss any more. Sorry, I had to scroll up there for a second.
How about we'll take a little break and then we'll come back and we'll do another advanced strategy after that that's not in your notes, but we'll forward it to you and we'll do that. So let's come back at 35 after the hour. Hey. So we are going to do advanced strategies associated with pain, but not specific to different kinds of pain. These are just general things to use for different like pain syndromes and things like this. And so it's not in your booklet. We'll put it in to upgrade it, but we're going to post it in the, how we do it in the chat?
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat here in just a second. I'm actually going to make a whole thing of it because it's quite long and it will take up the chat. So give me a sec, guys. I'm going to do a little share screen so you'll have that. And then I'm going to going to make it into a little thing. Letty can put it into the workbook though, is
Yeah,
that
yeah,
correct?
yeah,
Okay.
I'll send it to her. So Letty, I'll send it directly to you.
So you'll have a little something right now, guys, but just know, whenever I send out the recordings for the weekend, this will be in it. So don't feel like, I didn't get it, or it's too much or something like that. Oh, it's a lot. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna save it as a PDF real quick for you guys, and then I'll put that into the chat. Can you talk about it before I get it in there? Will I do this, Greg?
Yeah. So here we're just looking at different things that you can use to problem solve issues to do with pain. And so, we've talked about pain specifically, and pain is part of some of the notes that are in the earlier part of the booklet. But here, this is just about like kind of problem solving and things that you can use for prevention or after the fact, or to augment certain treatment protocols. Or sometimes it could be that you might not even be doing an essential oil protocol or herbal remedy, but you're trying to augment, some medication that is given to you by your physician or something. Right. And so if you kind of understand what the reason is for how to go through and use these things, it increases your ability to problem solve in and on the situation. So a lot of these are things that you've heard me talk about, but it's giving you a list and reasons why to use them, right? So first is,
I just posted it in chat, guys. So if you want to check that link, it'll come up for you.
so right off the bat, the very first thing we're going to talk about is galbanum, or sometimes people call it galbanum. It's in the frankincense family. It can be used topically, it can be used internally, it can be used through inhalation. But basically, this is a very good one for any phase of injury or pain. If it's acute, like you dropped a drawer on your foot, it's something that you could put a couple drops on your wrist, or take a couple drops internally. That will diminish the pain quite substantially. Part of it is it's reducing the intensity of the response to the pain. It's basically calming down the limbic responses, and it's changing your pain threshold, and it's diminishing the tension or the reaction in the body to pain. And so galbanum is really interesting. Like it's used in some of the anointing oils from the Jewish and the Christian tradition, and also in some of the Buddhist practices. It definitely helps with the expansion of consciousness, expansion of awareness, with meditation and mantras and prayers and things like this. And in the Jewish tradition, they will even say, give this to somebody to help. Give this to somebody who has stepped off the path to God. This will help bring them back to the path, right? And so, they basically use the term like it pulls in a sinner, right? And if you think about like what is usually happening when somebody has stepped away, is it's usually something like pain related. Like it is some sort of issue of, might not be physical pain, it could be psychological pain, it could be social pain, it could be the pain of loss, whatever it might be. And so galbanum is anything related to pain. Galbanum is always helpful for. And pain is not always physical pain. It could be social pain, like not fitting in, or feeling socially awkward, or you're doing something where you're afraid of the consequences of what it might be socially. It would also be for emotional, mental pain, just any sort of pain response that is even beyond physical pain. By using this on a regular basis, it also reduces your potential for brain fatigue. It's not necessarily the treatment for when somebody has brain fatigue, but by calming down these responses, your not allowing for the sensory nerve to be as hyper reactive or hyperactive. And so it's not sending as much sensory information to the brain, which then eventually would cause the brain fatigue. And so here it actually reduces that. So not as much as going up, it's more normalized and it doesn't cause the brain fatigue. It's also very calming and soothing to the motor nerves, which is tied to the voluntary part of your nervous system. And in cases of pain and injury, it can be tied to certain kinds of agitation or a psychosomatic response that eventually can magnify or make a issue a little bit worse. It's very good for helping to stimulate strategic thinking or the abstract mind. Abstract mind is the ability to process new and subtle information, and then the ability to apply it. And strategic thinking is the ability to see the consequences of an action or a series of actions, like in depth. If I do this, this is what's going to happen. If I don't do this, this is what's going to happen, right? And so if you look down at the list here, it says increases conductivity to divine power. You know, different oils do different things. And the reason why divine power in this particular situation is important, like with pain-related syndromes, is pain is also associated with sometimes having to make adjustments or needing to make some sort of changes in posture, changes in movement. You know, if you have like a back pain or if you have a headache, it might be like change the way you sleep. It might be change how you interact with people. If you're dealing with people, say at work, that are very frustrating and that are upsetting, you have to change the dynamic of how you interact with them. And so this idea of being more conductive to creative destruction or divine power allows you to adjust, shift and adapt, like change, so that you're basically adapting to whatever the situation is. Also, increasing potential of releasing light through the feet. This is tied for you to break patterns. You know, basically we're cultivating something down below our feet. We're either cultivating heaven or hell, you know, depending on, you know, actions, activities, and how much light is being released through the feet. And so when we're driven by our lower nature, we're cultivating more of that kind of aspect down below our feet, the animalistic nature tendencies. When you're taking the high road and cultivating more of virtue, then you're starting to cultivate more of heaven, breaking through the realms that cause us suffering, right? It diminishes the stress generated by pain. And I feel like I'm missing something here. Reduces brain fatigue. Yeah, I think that's probably about it. But think of it like this: is it diminishes the pain threshold, right? It diminishes the pain threshold. It tempers it, like it upgrades it. And threshold means that your brain is receiving a bunch of stimuli, and at some point that stimuli becomes so great it makes you change your thoughts, your actions, your behaviors, right? So that is because when it reaches the threshold causes you to make change, right? And if you're resisting something, the pain threshold usually makes you go and do something a little bit more negative. The flip side of this is cultivating a conductivity to divine power, where you're affecting change in a positive way, right? So there's the negative side of it and the positive side. But bottom line is that it helps to temper this pain response, this pain threshold, so that you become less reactive and you can make more conscious choices. And so, you know, I would say galbanum for any sort of acute injury, long-term chronic injury, you know, arthritic condition, Even psychological pains, you're going through a difficulty with like a divorce or a breakup. There's other things you can use, but galbanum could be one of them. You're dealing with something where you feel a little bit uncomfortable or uneasy because of a presentation that you're having to do, and some sort of social interaction. Then again, galbanum can be part of what helps you get through this. But a lot of times it takes a pain from like a 7 or an 8 and drops it down to like a 3 or a 4. Right? It's something that's very substantial. One of the things that I have people do when they have an acute injury, or like say they have a broken bone and they're recovering, I have them use galbanum and I have them use black cumin, and that usually just those two things will start to accelerate the healing process, reduces the pain, reduces the inflammation, reduces the tension in the body. And there's been several cases where the person will say, I don't really have any pain or any tension or anything. And then they take the galbanum and then they'll go, I feel so much better. Like I didn't realize I wasn't feeling good until the galbanum was there, and now I feel better. Right. So you can use this even like if you're taking ibuprofen or, like some pain med or something, you can use this to augment the efficacy of the medication. Okay. So after that, we go to black cumin. And black cumin is, for one, it increases your parasympathetic activity, which is your potential for rest and repair. The big reason to take black cumin is to reduce inflammation and to also reduce scar tissue. Remember, scar tissue a lot of times is lesions or contractures in the fascia. It helps to calm down the sensory nerves. It's very calming and soothing to the sensory nerves, so it helps to regulate these components. When there's inflammation, when there's lymphatic stagnation, the tendency is the sensory nerves become super overactivated. And again, this would contribute to brain fatigue. And so it's very, very calming to that. And it's very good for inflammation in the body, but it can even be used for inflammation in the respiratory tract. So if there's inflammation in the lungs, if there's inflammation in the sinuses, the black cumin actually could be helpful. It really needs to be taken internally, but topically it does do things, but more for the skin than anything. Internally is the way to do it. And 2 or 3 drops taken a couple of times a day is pretty solid. Even if you just do it once a day, pretty solid. But in the Quran, in the Muslim tradition, they say that black cumin, I'm trying to remember what they say. Black cumin cures everything but death. Yeah, that's what it is. It cures everything but death. So it's used for the treatment of just about anything. It can help digestion, it can help respiratory function, it can help the body repair injuries that have happened, or there's something that's degenerating. In cases of like really chronic pain, like headaches, back pain, especially low back pain, bad knees, things like this. Prolonged use of black cumin is found to reduce some of the symptoms, definitely reduces inflammation, and reduces some of the inflammatory material that can end up, going to other parts of the body. So galbanum is a very potent tool. And these two things, just even if you walked away and just said, 1-2 punch, like these are the 2 things that I'm going to do, usually just that starts to improve the condition. Even before you start treating, like topically, I'm going to put this kind of pain ointment on, I'm going to do this for spasms. Just this will help to reduce these components. Next, we have the Paracelsus blend. Actually, there's so many of them. Let's maybe stop with just those 2 and ask if there's a little Q&A with those two things. I mean, those two things are kind of important. So if you have questions about that for any sort of pain management kind of issues, let's go ahead and do that before we move on to the next one.
We have a couple people asking the best method to use the galbanum.
So galbanum can be done a couple of different ways. You can put a few drops on the wrist, like so, and then rub them together, or a couple drops internally. Inhaling it works, but I do like the physical component of either getting it on the skin or ingesting it. I don't know that one is more potent than the other. I will say this though, it's related to frankincense, but it's like you could say, I used to make this joke all the time. It's the odd cousin of frankincense. You know, it's got a little bit of an odd smell. And if you feel uncomfortable like wearing it, like Samantha has this story where she went in somewhere and she put it on right before, and everybody was like, what is that smell? If you're worried about that, I would take it internal. If it doesn't matter, then you can just wear it on the wrist. I wear it on the wrist because I'm never in a situation where I care. But if I was in an office or something like that, I'd probably take it internal. So whatever works for you. Yeah.
Is there a maximum dosage per hour, day, week?
I'd probably stop at about 8 drops a day, 8 or 10 drops a day. Yeah, you could use it every day for the rest of your life and you'd be okay. Yeah, I mean, I've used it maybe not every day, but I use it a lot. And I mean, I usually take maximum dosage when I'm doing it. Yeah. You know, it just makes the body feel good. It makes me not as achy, but it makes my mind work better. Like it keeps my mind clearer. So.
Yeah, go ahead, Marianne.
Hey, Marianne.
I've been using the black seed oil for the autoimmune problem. And I sometimes run out of the oil that I get from you. And I did find between orders, I did find some oil at Whole Foods.
Yeah, sure.
Is that comparable? But
It's
not as strong as yours?
It's not as strong. Like here we're using an extraction that's a CO2 extraction. And so it's like pure CO2, and like what you buy in like the health food store a lot of times is like a CO2 extraction in like olive oil or something. And so every once in a while you'll find some capsules maybe that are CO2, but they still mix it in with a little bit of carrier, but it's still good. Like sometimes when we're traveling and like I go off without my black cumin or my bottle runs out, we stop at a health food store and I get it. And I like it if it's a capsule, if it's like a liquid inside versus the powder. I think the liquids tend to be a little bit more potent, or I get the oil itself.
I was initially, before I started working with you, got it from a homeopathist, but then over time it changed. I don't know if they were unable to get the original, and I wasn't sure of the quality. So if I have a preference, it should be yours is stronger.
It's pure CO2. Like,
Okay.
You're not diluting it down or anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome. And how is it helping for you? How is it?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I still have the autoimmune problem. It's probably not going to cure it, but it's managed. My symptoms are managed well, and I'm.
Yeah, it should
I could
reduce
be much worse.
inflammation. Yeah, should reduce the inflammation that would be associated with an autoimmune.
Yeah.
Good.
Thanks.
The Peggies seem to like the smell. I guess they're talking about galbanum. All right, I think you could probably go to the next one.
Okay. So now let's go to the Paracelsus blend. And a lot of times with this, you can use just topically neat, or you can do it in a body tonic or an ointment. You know, I didn't prepare these notes exactly like how I did some of the other ones. So we'll do that when we put it in the booklet, like how you can apply it. But for right now, neat, ointment, or body tonic. So the Paracelsus blend is for calming and soothing the nerves, and it's also to help stimulate parasympathetic activity, which is tied to the rest and repair mode. It's also very soothing to there's like a mesh, like web of nerves in the gut that is the only set of nerves that can function independent of the brain. And you could say it's like a really kind of primal part of your nerves. Tied mostly to digestion, but if they get agitated, they just make you feel you could say you lose your sense of well-being. You could say it's tied to homeostasis mechanisms, and when things get rigid, it will increase like your stress responses and things like this. And so the Paracelsus blend is very soothing to that group of nerves. It does help to reduce the respiratory rate, which when you're feeling anxious, when you're in pain, the tendency is to breathe more shallow and more rapid. And so it does slow down the respiratory rate, which helps bring a level or degree of relaxation to the body, reducing like nervous tension, muscular tension in the body. It strengthens the immune response to inflammation, and has a bit of a purifying effect on the fascia itself. And that could be just deposits in the fascia, like fluid retention, things like this, but also a little bit of re-education of how the fascia and the nervous system interact with each other. Just applying it to an area, it's somewhat antispasmodic. So it stimulates the healing process by also reducing some of the tension and spasm directly where you put it. Because of it stimulating the parasympathetic part of the nervous system, it also helps you to let go of trauma and like negative thoughts, negative feelings. It helps to regulate, like you couldn't say like quiet the lower mind, and the lower mind being the critical mind, the part of the mind that's processing a lot of details. It does help to regulate it. It doesn't sedate it. It doesn't make it like quiet. It just, if it's like hyperactive and always grinding on details, it just calms it down a bit. Very stimulating to the intuitive mind, which is going beyond the senses, which means you're going past the normal everyday mind that's sensory, processing sensory information, and helps you to like tap into more intuition and the unconscious and things like that. And it helps to stimulate higher emotions. So higher emotions can mean a lot of different things. Here it means transmutation in the back heart area, like in the back heart. And again, increases conductivity to divine power. So it helps to facilitate the potential for change. But like a lot of times it's cultivating the ability to let something go for there to be greater soul contact, right? Then we have the digestive calm. That's one that we talk about quite often. It's very relaxing to the fascia, which is the connective tissue in the gut, and then also the smooth muscle of the gut. And by going through and applying this to the abdomen, you can do it in an ointment. A lot of times we make it into a body tonic just because you can put it on and it dries. It actually will have a little bit of a relaxing effect on the diaphragm, but even more so, it will relax the hip flexors, which they're in your low back, but they're on the front side of your spine. So they're behind all your internal organs. It's a very hard spot to get to and manually release. I mean, it can be done, but this area, pretty much everybody has some form of a problem here. And when these muscles get tight, they become quite the prankster. They can throw off the menstrual cycle, they can throw off digestion, they can throw off urinary tract action and activity. In men, they can affect the gonads, usually causing like pain down in the testicles and things like that. It can radiate pain down into the legs. These muscles, these hip flexors, they help to elevate the thigh up, but they also stabilize the low back. And so anytime you're in situations where even when somebody's projecting negative thing towards you, part of what your body does is it tightens up the gut, but it also tightens up these hip flexors to stabilize the spine, to prevent injury from happening. Even if it's not a physical injury, it's just somebody coming at you being a jerk, your low back actually tightens up because of this. And so the digestive calm helps to unwind this. So when you do use this, it helps to release some lower emotions, which pain generates lower emotions, just bottom line. Doesn't matter what kind of pain it is, it generates lower emotions because your body is trying to motivate you to take action to avoid what's causing the pain, but you can't always do it, but the body doesn't know that, right? And so it improves cognitive functions, your ability to cognitively process pieces of information. It improves the potential for parasympathetic activity, which is rest and repair mode. Definitely it accelerates the healing process for the body, but I would say even the mind. It helps to heal issues that you might be struggling with mentally, right? And then I think I'm leaving. Oh, reduces anxiety. Yeah. I find it's calming to the solar plexus and the gut quite substantially. I've had several cases where we applied this to the abdomen and the person's low back pain went away. And you know, when you're looking at different kinds of back pain, the hip flexors, the pain runs like up and down the spine. Like it kind of like will cause a pain that goes like literally up and down, like close to the back. And then you have pains that run like side to side, like right around where the top of the hip bones are. Like it'll go across there, and then about like where your Mingmen is, like the backside of your navel, and it will go kind of go across, and then a little bit higher across, like about the diaphragm height. And these are all tied to tension in the gut and tension in the stomach muscles, trigger point activity in the stomach muscles that is causing the pain on the backside. So as much as you treat the backside, it won't reduce those pains. And so by applying this, you're taking some of the tension and spasm out of the gut and out of the muscle on the abdomen, which a lot of times contributes to reduction of pain and tension on the backside. And so it kind of goes hand in hand with treating a lot of back pain syndromes. Regardless if they're arthritic, if they're degenerative, if they're sharp pain, if it's just dull achy pain, kind of doesn't matter. I would put the body tonic on this particular area, the digestive calm body tonic. And then the lovage. Again, it reduces the deposits in the joints, it reduces deposits in the tissue. It's basically one of the best things to clean up soft tissue. Like it could be uric acid, lactic acid, which lactic acid is a byproduct of exercise, or muscle imbalances, or muscle or structural misalignments, like an elevated hip, elevated shoulder, It helps to reduce the inflammatory material in the tissues. It basically takes away the things that contribute to causing those like kind of achy pains, or even eventually turns into sharp pains. And so the thing is like, especially with a lot of degenerative conditions where you have like an arthritic hip or an arthritic knee, sometimes the low back, but it's usually bigger joints like the hips and the knees. At one point, the inflammation is in the area of the joint, but over a period of time, it will become systemic, and it will start taking inflammatory material and depositing into other parts of the body, which starts to cause this systemic inflammation in the body. Lovage helps to prevent that. And then lovage helps to clean that up if it has happened. When it happens, the person starts feeling really bad really, really quickly. And so you see this a lot with bone on bone knees and hips. And so lovage applied to an area is a good way just to do a good like house cleaning of the tissue. And if you're prone to having an injury or pain in a particular area, it's not even that you got to use it daily. Like, you could probably get away with using it once a week or once even 2 weeks. Just go through and clean up the area from time to time, and makes any other treatment more effective by going through and treating it this way. And so lovage is one of the things that you would use, even like when you're doing a lot of spiritual practices and you're physicalizing a lot of spiritual energy. Sometimes the tissue of the body has to be cleaned up to be able to allow for that energy to like physicalize in the body. And Palo Santo cleans that up a little bit, but lovage cleans it up even better. Like, lovage has aspect on spiritual practices. It has an aspect on psychological processes, just because of the reduction of inflammation. And then for the physical body, I mean, it just feels good on the body to be using it over and over again, regardless of the condition. Just some regular maintenance with lovage feels quite nice. It will help improve kidney function, especially when used over a period of time. And it does improve the skin, the detoxification that happens in the skin. And so let's see, we just did 3 of them. Let's go ahead and open that up to questions before we move on to the next piece.
Great. You can unmute yourself. You can type in. I do have some here in the chat. Where do we put the Paracelsus? Maybe you already answered.
Actually, you can put that anywhere on the body. I tend to put that on the abdomen, but like, say you had a bad shoulder or something, I would rub it on the shoulder from time to time. It helps kind of calm and soothe everything and helps stimulate. It's almost like, I was discussing this with another practitioner that I've known for a long time. And it's almost like, if you like, say you rub it on all the body, you can almost tell where the body is having an issue, because there starts to be a lot of like healing activity in that area, and you might not even be aware that that's an issue. So there has been times where I've used it, like I go through and I scan the person energetically, and I have them rub it all over their body, and then I scan their body and say, okay, where is there all of a sudden like a big bulge of energy where you've put it, and that kind of tells you where problem's at. And it's a very interesting combination, because if you put it on an area, it's almost like it heightens the rest and repair function in that area. If it doesn't really need it, it's kind of calming and soothing. But if there's an issue there, like it gets the ball rolling on helping that to repair itself. And so in general, you can put it all over the body, or at least the abdomen. But like, if you had a bad shoulder, I'd put it on the shoulder from time to time. If you had a bad hip, I'd put it on the hip from time to time. going back to, I think it was Ralph saying that he's got issues with the hamstrings. It wouldn't be the thing that I would use to treat tight hamstrings, but it would help. You know what I mean? It's not like the cure for it, but it's one of the things that I would put into the mix to help just unwind whatever's going on with the hamstrings. Because tight hamstrings are a reflection of potential like overactivation of adrenals. It can cause like postural issues. It can cause some low back pain, can affect a little bit of some kidney function. There's a lot of things that can happen that not the direct result of the tight hamstrings, but the tight hamstrings can throw off things in the body that you wouldn't really think of. The big thing being the adrenals. Yeah.
And go ahead, Christy.
Hey, Christy.
Guys, how are you?
Hey.
I just wanted to give feedback on the protocol you gave me. I think it was last week about doing the galbanum internally. Actually, the first morning I did it before a lesson for the horse riding. I may have used too much because I actually felt a little lightheaded. However, that with digestive calm, marjoram, like everything, just doing everything, trying to take all this tension out of the body so that I'm not flipping myself out. But it literally was, I almost felt a little bit drunk.
Right.
Like
some people pay really good money for that, by the way. I'm just saying.
Yeah. It was lovely. And let's just say it was the most relaxing experience ever. And the trainer kept saying, "You've not tensed up one time." I didn't tell him I was high, but that's right. Okay.
But isn't it amazing? Like, here you were talking about, like, you get on the horse, you're afraid of being thrown, it's not even that you're in pain, it's like the fear of pain. It's like, I know I've been injured this way before, there's the potential of being injured this way. And you start taking it and you're like, it's all good. It literally changes the mindset and put you in a different place so that you can get out and perform. And especially in something like that, like the fear of like pain, or the fear of like injury, or the fear of whatever, being thrown, can be debilitating. Like that happens a lot with pro athletes. Like they can be very good and very capable, but they get into a situation where they have a fear of injury, and I mean, they go south really quick. Like it's just like, if you think about it, like the fear of public speaking, you could be really smart, you get up and start babbling up in front of everybody. It's because you got that potential pain that's in your head, and you literally become a self fulfilling prophecy, because you kind of go down that road somewhat. And so it literally just helps you to be calm and like, I could be myself here, like, and whatever happens. Because if you think about, like, when you're a little kid, maybe some little kids had it, but when you're a little kid, it's almost like you didn't have the concept that something bad could happen. So you're just like, let's do this. And then as you get up, you're like, I've kind of been through the ringer a little bit. Let's be careful, right? It kind of helps you to have a little bit more of that little kid mentality, where you just go, let's just engage this.
So question about the nervous system. So is it possible, like, obviously this is something I'll be doing for a while just to kind of get through those fears. And in discussion with my friend about that fear response, because being older, it's stronger.
Yeah.
Is it possible, like, obviously there's going to be little things that happen, like tripping, stepping while I'm on her, she's tripping, the body gets that instant, it feels like burning going through my veins. Like it's that adrenaline. Like, is it possible to ever unwind it to the degree that, or is it more about just being able to return back to balance quickly?
Both. Like, I think you can get to the place, like, to have a little bit of fear while doing that, I think is healthy. Like, like just being like careful, or like, hey, we're coming up on some uneven ground, or some rocks, or we're by a little cliff, or we're riding right next to a fence or something, like to have a little bit of fear there, kind of healthy, like, because in this particular case, the fear makes you be a little bit more on alert and a little bit ready to take action in case it goes south. But if it becomes too strong or debilitating, that's when it's an issue. But like a lot of times here, it's the fear is a lot of times because you haven't had enough experiences of having it go well, and you're doing something new where there's also the potential for injury. Like, I mean, it's not like you're making this up in your head. People have injuries from getting thrown from horses all the time. Like, I mean, the old osteopathic books from the mid 1800s, more than half of the book was how to deal with people being thrown from horses. Like, I mean, it was literally like, this is what you do for the back when they've been thrown for the horse. This is what you do from the hip. This is what you do for the neck. This is what happens when they jar their wrist or when they do something to their collarbone. All of it was about being thrown from a horse, you know, because back in the day, that was their car accident, right? So it's a legit thing to be concerned about. Like, it's not like carefree, but at the same time, it shouldn't be like debilitating. And so I think every time you have a good experience, the tension's going to go down a little bit, but you're also always going to be probably a little bit careful. Like, and I think a little bit of careful is probably healthy. Like, it shouldn't feel like you said, like where you have something burning through your veins. That's still a little bit of the adrenaline and just, you know, that response. That should continue to calm down. You know, after you've done this for 2-3 weeks, a month, it probably will go down several notches. And then after a while, it'll go down. But then when you come in situations where it's a little bit unstable, you might have a little bit of a red alert. And then, like you said, then you're able to reboot even faster. Like, okay, red alert, okay, it's over. Where before, red alert, and you just don't shut it down even after you get off the horse, you know, it still takes you a while. And so it's not so much about that it pulls you out of fight flight, it just doesn't make the fight flight like linger as long. Like, you know, it takes you out of panic mode because the threshold has changed. We go into that because the threshold is there and it's wanting you to change behavior, actions, you know, thoughts, all those kinds of things. And so when you temper that, it just allows you to kind of step in, step out, step in, step out, you know. And so, yeah, I would continue with that for a while. And honestly, it will probably make the horse ride more comfortable, you know, because I don't know how it is sitting on a horse these days, but you know, you're sitting in a little bit of an odd position. You're probably bouncing up and down and a little bit tense because you're trying to guide the horse. It will just make all of that more comfortable.
Yeah, thank you. It's
Yeah.
definitely a wonderful, like, physical case study of understanding how this really works and
Yeah.
what it feels like.
I'm so glad that it made it, like, I was hoping like within a couple of times it was going to make it better. That it did it right off the bat is a very good sign.
Well, it may have been heavy-handed, like I said, you know.
Nothing wrong with that. You look at who you're talking to. Like, I'm like, like I usually take 6-8 drops of galbanum at a time. So
Oh Lord, yeah. So this was 3 or 4. That was enough
yeah,
for me.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know, but for me, like, I was supposed to have a back surgery 33 years ago. And I was like, yeah, I'm just going to see how long I can wait. And, you know, at the rate I'm going, I'm hoping to never have it. But, you know, it was so bad that 33 years ago, they were like, yeah, you need to have surgery soon. And I was like, I don't know. And so things like the galbanum and, you know, some of the other things that we put in play, I keep it in check. You know, it takes constant attention, but at the same time, I'd rather do that than have the surgery, because the surgery is no guarantee that it gets better. You know, it structurally will fix it, but the pain is coming from the soft tissue. And just because you have the surgery doesn't mean that the pain goes away. And so, you know, the pain is only probably 10 or 20% of what it used to be. So I'm sticking to my guns with all that.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
Let's see what we're at here. Oh, what is in Paracelsus?
Let's look that up. I know it's wormwood. I know it's opopanox. I think it's got some galbanum. Let me just look it up to keep me from mouthing off here.
Let's see who can be faster. You or Letty? No, I'm just kidding.
Letty will be faster.
Yep, there she goes. Absinthium, opopanox, African bluegrass, mastic, Palo Santo.
Yep, there you go. Absinthium and wormwood are real
Oh, yeah, because I
close.
was thinking it had wormwood in it. It
Yeah,
has
they're
absinthe.
super close. And the thing that the reason, like I used to make it with wormwood, but when we were able to get the absinthium, absinthium was actually really hard to get. I used to get it out of Israel, and I could only get it like every few years, and they weren't distilling it all the time. And so I had to really look around to find a different source. But absinthium is, you could say like a kind of wormwood, but it's much better for offsetting the issues of fatigue and exhaustion. And it doesn't do it through like stimulation, like how you would like strengthening, like how like thyme or cinnamon would do. It does it through like encouraging deeper levels of relaxation so that the body like repairs itself, invigorates itself, and then is like stronger because of the deeper rest. And so I always try to use absinthium for that versus the wormwood. The wormwood kind of does it, but absinthium is much stronger. Yeah.
So correct, no wormwood. Absinthium.
Yeah.
Yep. To treat the hip flexors,
Mhm.
should we put the digestive calm on the actual area or where? Right now, I
Put
just
it-
put it on my abdomen.
Yeah, put it on your whole abdomen. Yeah, put it on your whole abdomen. If you want to deepen the relaxation component, you can use like something that deepens the breath, like hyssop, or one of the ones that I actually kind of like to use for something like that is the pulmonary stress support, because it reduces the tension in the respiratory tract, but because of what it does, it actually helps to relax the fascia and allow the fascia to begin to release a little bit. And so it can be a little bit of a 1-2 punch. The hip flexors are very hard to treat. And so, continue to put it on the abdomen, especially the lower abdomen, down around the belly button area and even a little bit lower. And you can do it multiple times a day, but you'll notice that your hip flexors will loosen up a bit, and then a lot of times it relaxes the guts enough to where you have an increase in your bowel movements. Not to be too graphic, but if you can take some pressure off the back through improved bowel activity, by helping to remove that. One of the issues that happens with low back pain sometimes is it causes like a tension in the low part of the gut, and you don't quite have as regular of a bowel movements, or they're not as big because of the tension that will impact the gut because of the tight hip flexors. Because it's not the hip flexors itself, but the hip flexors cause like radiating pain, and sometimes when there's a trigger point, it will cause like a chain reaction that causes neurological dysfunction in some of the surrounding tissues. And so one of the things that happens with hip flexors is it can reduce the movement in the smooth muscle on the lower part of the gut, so that it's harder to have proper bowel movements. So by going through and doing this, you're unwinding the effect, and you're also unwinding the hip flexor itself. So
Would the Paracelsus reduce major fear or having dental work done?
Probably not. Is it because you had a bad experience, or is it just you're going into the dentist and you just have a little bit of a issue with
Both things.
both? Yeah. Yeah. A very, very common thing, by the way. You know, I'd almost go to like a combination of the galbanum, a little bit of galbanum, like either on your wrist and or internally, and then a couple of drops of vetiver internally, and then on the body. And if you didn't have vetiver, try spikenard. You know, one of the two, either vetiver or spikenard. But I do them both, like galbanum, and then either vetiver or spikenard. And it's not going to be foolproof. You know, it's not going to be like taking a Xanax or a Valium or something, but it should calm you down enough to where you can allow it to happen. I mean, the dentist is not pleasant, right? So, I mean, bottom line is you're not going to go in and have an amazing experience. It is what it is, right? But at the same time, to be full of anxiety and everything, that just makes it even more uncomfortable. And then if you've had bad experiences, sometimes the way to push through that is to have a series of good experiences or like successes, and then that makes it a little bit easier to move past it. But it's the pain of that event that causes some of it, and the galbanum actually should diminish that. Yeah.
And the galbanum was on the wrist and internal, or
Either or. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If you like your dentist, take it internally because he probably won't like the smell. And if your dentist is a little bit of a masochist, wear it externally so you can I don't want to say punish him, but like maybe he gets you out sooner because he smells galbanum all the time.
what works? You're talking about the cramps in the feet. What works best for those cramps in the feet and legs that happen in the middle of the night?
Marjoram, like if you put marjoram on the area, marjoram will usually, like say you're having a cramp in your calf, you don't even have to put it on the calf. You can put several drops just neat, like on your thigh, and it will, a lot of times will take the cramp out pretty quickly. You can take a couple drops of the marjoram internally, but if they're really super bad, I usually use, you can do like 400 or 500 milligrams of magnesium to help, but I usually use, there's this herb that you can get on Amazon called wood betony, Betany, and Samantha's spelling it out for you in the chat. But it has a high level of magnesium and it has a high level of manganese. And it's really good for reducing cramps and taking tension out of muscle. And you can take a much bigger dosage of that than you can with magnesium. Like if you get too high of magnesium, it makes you have loose bowel movements. Here you can take the herb and it just will take the tension out, the cramping out. And so usually within a night or two of doing that with the marjoram, it'll knock it all out. Yeah. We do make that marjoram ointment that has magnesium in it that you can put on topically. And so that could be a variation of it, but the marjoram by itself will usually knock it out.
Now, is the galbanum for the fear of pain?
It's not so much the fear of pain, it just changes your like perception of pain. Like when your body is like already, let me say it like this, like you have these experiences and say this is the threshold for your pain where it makes you change your behavior, your thoughts, your actions, or just makes you kind of lose it a little bit, right? And then you have a little bit of a pain experience, and then you have a little bit of a pain experience, and then you have a little bit of pain experience. So you might be entering into the situation with all these pain experiences where your level of pain is not going to have to be very much to hit that threshold. right? And so what the galbanum does is it lowers those past experiences and then it raises the bar a little bit. So it takes a lot more to get up to that. Like if you are right here and your threshold is right here, the byproduct is going to be fear. But if you're like this, I'm not going to be a lot of fear because you have a lot of wiggle room. So you're just like, yeah. But like if you have pain, you're managing pain. And sometimes you're not even aware of it. A lot of times when we have somebody who has like had an injury or something, and I'll ask him on a scale of 1 to 10, what's your pain level? And they'll go like a 1. I don't have really any pain at all. And then I have them take the galbanum and they'll go, oh my God, I feel so much better. I didn't realize I didn't feel good, right? It's because they weren't this close and they were feeling okay. Like, they were used to the feeling, but then you take it away and you're like, wow, I feel a little bit better. Like it's substantial, right? And so the galbanum will help all of that. So it's not so much that it's like, I know I'm splitting hairs here, that it like targets the fear. It changes what causes the fear, you could say.
Yeah, go ahead, Marianne.
Hey, Marianne.
That would be used for someone that has white coat syndrome.
That has what?
White coat syndrome. You walk
Yeah.
into a doctor's office and
Oh,
it's the same as
I never thought about that. That actually could be. I've had a couple of people ask me what to do, like their blood pressure will go up when they go to see the doctor.
Yeah, mine
or-
is off the roof.
Yeah.
And I'd been hospitalized when I shouldn't have been.
Right.
My doctor will work with me, but I'm afraid when it's a strange doctor because I
Sure.
always get hospitalized.
Right. I would say that I think that's probably a good. I think that's a potential there. Like, yeah, I would try that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, in the past I've tried other things, but I think galbanum actually might be the better choice.
Okay.
Let me know how that goes the next time you go to the doctor and see.
Oh, I
see what
sure
happens.
will.
Yeah.
It'll be a miracle if it works.
Yeah, no joke.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Did you say Paracelsus or pulmonary stress support on the hip flexors?
On the hip flexors, to use the digestive coma on the abdomen, and then to inhale the pulmonary stress support can be helping to unwind the Paracelsus would also be helpful, but I think what I was talking about was the pulmonary stress support would help unwind the respiratory tract and take some of the tension out of the body, and it helps to unwind the fascia a little bit. Not massively, but a little bit.
That is what it was. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so I had forgotten, I didn't see a question earlier. So it's not related to those. I'm having a really hard time letting go of and disentangling from a romantic relationship that's gone back and forth for a long time, but I'm still struggling with letting go. I've tried many ways and had some successes, but it keeps coming back. I really just want peace and to let go and move on. Any suggestions?
Mm. Like it keeps going back and forth. How long has that been going on? Like, if you don't mind asking. Like 6 months, a year, 2 years,
3 years.
3 years. And children involved? No children involved?
No kids.
Okay. I would definitely put galbanum in the mix. Let me just sit with this for a minute. Hold on. I'm gonna like step a little bit outside the box here and do something a little bit like different. I would use galbanum, right?
Internal.
Like internal, topical, but I would like maybe do both. Like take a few drops internally and like 4 or 5 drops on the wrist, like daily. Like you know, regardless if you're interacting with the person or not, daily. And it's a little bit of a weird outside the box thing, but if you have tuberose, I would wear tuberose on the heart and the forehead like every day for a little bit. And with that, and invoke the blessings of, if as long as you're comfortable with this, invoke the blessings of Kuan Yin, or chant the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Like when the situation comes up, like think of the situation and then like Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. You know, like maybe before you go to bed. Tuberose is very closely connected to Kuan Yin. If you see pictures of the Tibetan version of Kuan Yin that is in that tradition, male, Avalokiteshvara, right? Or Chin Rizig. It's got a big, like, what do they call that? Like, what do they call that in Hawaii?
A lay.
A lei, like a big lei of tuberose flowers. And so tuberose makes you conductive to divine intelligence, divine love, divine power. It's actually even listed here in not so much for pain management, but more of like the psychological / esoteric components of pain. And like in this situation, either you're trying to work something out to be with this person or you're trying to step away, but whatever it is, like the pain is either keeping you in or keeping you out or whatever it is. And so let's have it like calm down. Let's have it change the threshold and then use the tuberose, like inhale it and apply it topically. And then do the mantra, which is about bringing light into the situation. I would even suggest doing the materialization breath, holding that situation in the heart, and then using the tuberose to do that. And whatever comes of it, comes of it, you know. Sometimes it might be that you do a dance for a little while and work it out. And sometimes you're just like, okay, I finally have learned the lesson and I can step away. And so, yeah.
And there was another question I missed. Sorry, guys. If
It's okay.
I've missed your questions, please just retype them to me. We want to make sure we get those. My question was about the meditation class next week.
Mhm.
Can we talk about that a bit and what about that whole series? Like what is the meditation class? I'll try to find the exact question, but they were letting me know. So talk about the meditation class next week, but about the whole series, what it's about.
Oh, all 4 parts. So the one next week is basically not just about bringing in white light, but how to step it down and how for the body to utilize it. It's tied to like it's an important like stepping stone to deeper alchemical practices, and these 4 meditation classes are tied to the development of like these alchemical practices that are a deeper version of what we did in the 4 directions. And so each component is tied to a certain like principle that you're cultivating. And so first is not just bringing in the white light, not just stepping it down, but bringing it into such a degree where the essence or the soul really becomes like more untouched by human activity. Like you're working your body, you're working your emotions, your mind, but it doesn't affect the connection to the soul. So at first it's observation, and then it starts to be this like inner authority that starts to kind of come in to where, you know, you feel the connection to the soul and how you interact in the outside world. And on a deeper level, it is then starting to be untouched by the activity. Like you're not reactive as much. This step is important because um, it will dictate how potent the other pieces are, right? Then after that, we're engaging. This is part of it's 4 classes, but the first part are these 3 pieces that kind of go hand in hand with each other. They stand on their own, but they also go hand in hand. And so this is like preparing the body to handle more light, which is more deeply purifying to the physical form, and it makes it less like reactive, right? Then the next component is, in the alchemical sense, is cultivating the soul aspect, which is developing the aspect associated with the sun, not necessarily the planet, but like the alchemical aspects of the sun, which is the developing certain aspects of the intellect. And the intellect is how the light of the intellect mixes with the light of the soul, right? So we do some things because of our thought processes, and we do things sometimes because of the way it feels. And so this aspect is this cultivation of the soul aspect. Then the 3rd class is like the cultivation of spirit, which is the alchemical aspect of how something feels. So soul and spirit sometimes are used interchangeably. In alchemy, they are not. They are 2 very, very different things. And yeah, spirit is a hard thing to describe. You know, you could say like spirit is being very like heart-centered, divine love oriented, but even that doesn't really touch it. You could say that it has to do with inner transmissions or processing things, being present with something. That kind of touches it too, but you know when they say every cloud has a silver lining, you've heard that story. That's not just a saying, that's actually an experience. And there's certain levels of expansion where you see these things they look like clouds with silver linings. It's more of an expanded state. You see them sometimes in the tankas, like the Buddhist tankas. There's some that are more about the intellect, and there's some that's more about this aspect of spirit. And it would be the difference, like how the intellect feels a little bit more like daytime, and spirit feels a little bit more like nighttime, like late at night. You know how those 2 things have different feelings, or one is like the mind is active, and the other one is like a more of a feeling. It's a lot like that, but it's not like your normal emotions. It's not like, oh, I feel good, I have a sense of well-being. It's a very deep, ancient feeling. Like it's very, very old. I remember the first time I experienced it was on the prairie in South Dakota. When I got there, I was like, something feels very ancient here. And I don't know if it was the land or just how the land put me in a different space, but it's more of cultivation of that. And then there is a transmutation process that is for both of those. The first one kind of sets up the mechanisms for transmutation, but something in the intellect has to be transmuted, and then something in the spirit aspect or the emotional component. I say emotion, and that doesn't even do it justice. Like you could call it the heart aspect has to be transmuted, and then the last part is tied to the marriage of the intellect and the heart. And so there's a lot of alchemical imagery where it's a man with two faces, and one side is red and one side's white, or one side's dark and one side's white, and it's just showing these two components, but it's tied to this aspect of like a deeper version of the alchemical processes associated with like the four directions, you could say. And so in the past, I started to dabble with it a little bit. Here, we're just going full throttle. We're just going to do it. So I didn't do a very good job of explaining it, but it's more something you have to experience rather than it's not going to intellectually make a lot of sense. It's, I mean, I can kind of say it the way that I did, but even healing and meditation practices and things like this, they all have their basis in alchemy, and they're all working towards something with alchemy. And you could just say there's preparatory work, and then there's going for the goal. The series of 4 classes are all going to be about going for a particular goal. And sometimes it takes a little while to get the ball rolling there, but it's definitely going to be the framework for that. And then later I'll be teaching a version of it in Astara, but without oils. So next year I'll be teaching it. So we're going to be releasing like a book or two based on these alchemical processes, because there's a lot of talk about them, but there's not a lot of people who have been trained in the practices. And so we'll be doing that. So.
And what if we didn't take the 4 directions class?
That's okay. Yeah, it will stand on its own. It's not about the 4 directions. I mean, I throw that in there, but it's not about the 4 directions the way that we normally think of the 4 directions. You're developing these 4 principles.
Okay, back to kind of how we were going through the others.
Mhm.
What strategies would you use to treat an infected tooth that is causing bone deterioration? It was recommended the tooth be extracted, but I'd like to wait a few months.
Yeah, it's a tough one. You can just, putting clove on it, it reduces the pain and can cut the infection a bit. But if it's a deep infection, it's hard to treat other than, what the dentist does. There's potentially health issues that can happen as well. And so you can give it a shot, but if it starts to get out of hand, I'd get to the dentist. Yeah.
What is the galbanum complex and what is it for?
Galbanum complex. Trying to remember what we use that for. I'm gonna look at what's in it. I can't remember, to be honest. So galbanum complex is for it was originally made for certain kinds of nerve inflammation, so like really severe like nerve pains and things like that. And so it's galbanum, but more specific to like sharp stabbing, radiating pain. And so basically inflamed nerves that are not responding to galbanum, you could use the galbanum complex. Also sharp psychological pains as well, you know, especially things that are trauma oriented. Um, um, I, I have used it a little bit to treat some OCD, but I usually use other things to treat the OCD, but it is a bit helpful. It can help with the sharp pains that happen because of psychologically traumatic issues, and then also help to detach from them, like move past it and detach. But a lot of times with that, I just usually use helichrysum by itself. But like when it's a really difficult situation, I go to the galbanum complex.
And go ahead, Peggy.
Well, I put some vetiver on my shoulders and immediately dozed, excuse me. So I woke up just in time to hear Marianne say, "Oh, is that good for a white coat?" And since I do a great amount of white coating, and same thing, Marianne, it's just off the charts. What would the galbanum do to help that? Would it calm you down, or does it lower your blood pressure?
No, it doesn't lower the blood pressure. It would just be like, you know, there's a little bit of tension of the, like the pain of, you know, being judged or something going wrong, or, you know, it's a usually not a rational response, but it's some sort of pain, be it physical or psychological pain. And so the galbanum helps to reduce the anticipation of the pain. You know, it changes the pain threshold. And part of what happens when the blood pressure is going up is you're already close to your limit of hitting your threshold. And so it changes where the threshold is, and then it also lowers the agitation that's come from past pains, past conditioning and things.
Oh, that's fabulous. Thank you.
Yes.
Go ahead, Marianne.
I just wanted to say that my white coat syndrome started when I was a very young child, and I had medical traumas.
Yeah.
And like I'll go in to the doctor's office and I will not feel nervous at all, especially with my primary care. But my blood pressure doesn't know that. And it's
Right. Well, like a lot of times what happens, you know, like I have this, like sometimes when I'm doing like work, not with Plant Prana, but like when I'm doing work outside of Plant Prana, emotionally, mentally, I'm fine, but like my body is stressed out. Like I'll be fine and then I'll leave and I'm like, man, I'm exhausted. And I have all the symptoms of stress. And I was like, I wasn't doing anything stressful. But, you know, it's, you know, maybe a lot of people depending on me or needing my interaction, and it could be even stress from other people. And the body is stressed out, but emotionally and mentally, like I'm cool as a clam. Like, you know, I don't feel a thing. And so your body and the other components could be functioning almost completely independent with each other. And so that's why I like the galbanum, is it does temper some of those physiological responses so that it just can change your dynamic. Like the perfect example of that would be like Christy and the horse. You know, that was probably more her physiology than it was her psychology. You know, like, yeah, I might be a little afraid, I might get thrown from the horse, but her body is like, you might get thrown from the horse. You know, your body is like overreacting kind of, and it's could be because of past experiences or just like it feels like a little out of control, you know, who knows what it is, but it's not always you working yourself up psychologically. It's
Yeah.
sometimes your body just has this weird response that you just have to temper.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Thank you so much.
you're welcome.
Now, does digestive calm help irritable bowel syndrome?
It can. You might want to go back and forth between digestive calm and Paracelsus. Yeah, like sometimes the galbanum internally can help sometimes. I do a couple of things here. Like you almost have to experiment a little bit with it, but you can do some cinnamon, like a couple drops of water of cinnamon taken internally. I've even used clove to treat this a little bit. Again, a drop or two in water and take it internally. Make sure there's plenty of water for both of those because they can burn a little bit on the lips, right? And so both of those can be somewhat helpful. The other thing is don't use wormwood essential oil, but get wormwood capsules from like Amazon or something, or your health food store, but a lot of times health food stores don't have it. And take 2 or 3 capsules, a lot of times like in the evening, and it will start to regulate some of the nerves and things in the gut, and that sometimes will do it. And the cinnamon especially will help. For one, it strengthens the body, but it helps to ensure proper movement through the digestive tract, of the smooth muscle through the gut. And so that can improve function in that way. And sometimes that's what the issue is. And sometimes it's just the nerves, like how your nerves become hypersensitive, like in like your back or your shoulder or something. That's happening, but in your gut, right? And so it's just calming, it's soothing, it's good for the nervous system. It's calming to the emotions and to the mind a little bit. It's just nice. It can change how the brain processes information a little bit. And so, yeah,
And that's the cinnamon.
that part would be the wormwood.
That part's the wormwood.
Yeah.
Okay.
But again, not wormwood essential oil, wormwood capsules.
Great Q&A, guys. It's 5 o'clock.
Yeah, let's just keep pushing through. We're almost to the end of this and into the day. So, so next on the list is bronchioles. And the thing with the bronchioles is anytime, especially when you have sharp stabbing pain or you have a lot of body tension, there tends to be spasms in the respiratory tract, especially in the bronchioles themselves, right? And so one of the ways to go through and check this is you do a long, slow inhalation, usually through your nose. And then as you exhale, you try to make it as even as possible and to take a little bit longer than the inhalation, right? So then you go. Now, if your bronchioles are in spasm, which anytime there's sharp pain in the body, within a week or two, you actually will start to have bronchial spasm, right? So when you have bronchial spasms, you'll go like this, you'll inhale, and then you go, okay, a long, slow, deep breath, and then you go, and then it's just over because you don't have control over the bronchioles, right? And so that increases pain levels. Like if your pain levels are 3 and you have bronchial spasms, it goes up to a 6 or 7. It increases body tension. So over a period of time, not only does it increase the pain, but it continues to increase the pain. And then you start to have issues with other parts of your body because the spine keeps getting tighter and tighter. So the more that you unwind the bronchioles, you unwind the diaphragm, you deepen the breath, you literally begin to loosen up the muscles along the spine, the paraspinals, the multifidi. And so taking tension off usually takes the tension off of what's causing the sharp stabbing pain, because sharp stabbing pain is usually a spinal nerve or a cranial nerve. And so this takes a lot of the pressure off the spinal nerves. right? And so here you can see it helps to regulate the respiratory rate. It helps to regulate the instinctive responses, which is tied to when you're in pain, your instinctive responses become more agitated, you become more reactive. It helps to regulate the sensory mind. And when you're in pain, again, the tendency is for the sensory mind, your everyday mind, to become more agitated and more active, right? It is used to address aspects of brain fatigue because the body has so much tension and the bronchial spasms. It actually is aggravating to the sensory nerves. So by calming this down, you're helping to calm down the sensory nerves. And it also has an impact of relaxing fascia. So anytime you relax the fascia, it allows the nerves to not be as agitated. Okay, then we go to sage. So sage is one of those ones that you don't need to use it all the time, but if there's been chronic pain for a long period of time, you want to start using sage because it is one of the best things for brain fatigue. It's strengthening to the body, and there are certain kinds of depression that sage actually works really well for. So depression that's associated with physical depletion or fatigue, exhaustion, actually sage can be very helpful for. Sage is also very calming and regulating to the sensory nerves, which is also what's causing some of the brain fatigue. And so even with all of this, even if you just stopped right there is enough to use some sage. And if you have somebody who's in a chronic fatigue, fibromyalgia, crisis, or even Epstein-Barr, Lyme's disease, anything where it's a real strong inflammatory condition, part of what happens is our sensory nerves are just firing like 10 times normal, right? Sometimes even more. And so making a really strong body tonic and then rubbing it all over their body will a lot of times calm them down, like calm the body down so that they can rest. It supports the adrenals, it calms down the sensory nerves, it strengthens the body a little bit, it strengthens the brain and brain function, and it just takes them out of the crisis almost immediately. And so it also increases the communication between the nervous system and the endocrine system, which is what a lot of us would call our mental faculties. Our mind, especially the regular mind, is endocrine functioning through the nervous system or through the brain. And so it very much stimulates higher emotions, right? So it helps to break down those boundaries, those inner boundaries within. It helps to stimulate the intuitive mind, which is beyond the senses. And it actually has a harmonizing effect between the intuitive mind and the sensory mind. We want to stimulate the intuitive mind. It's not that we want to ignore the sensory mind. We just want them to work together rather than independently. And again, increases the conductivity to divine power, which is helping to facilitate some sort of breaking of pattern or change. Basically, divine power is about the removal of something for greater soul contact. So yeah, I think that's good. Oh, I think I said this, but again, it helps to support proper adrenal function. Like it's strengthening and fortifying to the adrenals. And it doesn't, like if the adrenals are super overactivated, it doesn't like completely calm them down, but they're usually depleted when they're like that. And it helps to strengthen and fortify those components. And then next would be Blue Healer. And this is a blend of a lot of the dark blue essential oils that have azulene in them. And azulene is a very strong anti-inflammatory. Sometimes people will use this as like a pain reliever. It does have some pain relieving properties, but I would say the pain relief comes from how much it is relaxing and soothing to the body and to the lower emotions. It reduces inflammation. It's very calming to the enteric nerves, which means your body can shift into allostasis for a little bit and make whatever changes it needs to make. It's soothing and sedating to the sympathetic part of the nervous system, which is your fight flight response. And it's soothing and sedating to the peripheral nerves. Even if it's just applied to the back, it will do that, but especially if it's applied to the arms and legs. And the reason why that's important is the peripheral nerves are tied to your ability or your potential to transmute lower emotions. And so if they're very agitated, not really a lot of transmutation. They're just going to stay low. But if you calm those things down, then your ability to move lower emotions to higher emotions becomes much easier. And when you're in pain, the body is generating a lot of lower emotions. So if left unchecked, you start to develop a condition called hypochondriasis, which just means you become like super fixated with the pain, the problem, and any other potentials that are happening. And so when you start to get focused on the pain like that, it actually aggravates the condition, the pain syndrome. And so calms down the motor nerves and the central nervous system. It also helps to regulate the immune response. And here, regulating the immune response to viruses and bacteria just means it somewhat reduces the tendency for the body to attack itself, like a autoimmune type reaction. It's incredibly relaxing to the emotions. I've used this to, like, when I was having a hard time falling asleep, just from like travel, or I was a little wound up about something. And usually like wherever I put it on is right where I fall asleep. So I get to where like I only put it on in bed because I am not going to move. Like I don't even change position. I put it on and I'm just out. And so it has a soothing effect on the instinctive responses, which can also help reduce anxiety. And so good for emotional issues, calming emotions, instinctive responses, and calming down inflammation, and it greatly reduces tension in the body. So from there, we'd go to Gilead, which Gilead was one of the things that I made in the early days for augmenting treatment of pain, different pain syndromes, because it is all about releasing the lower emotions. So lower emotions get generated all the time by the body, but if they don't get transmuted or released, they can accumulate and begin to cause like health issues or aggravate existing health issues. And so the use of Gilead diminishes pain responses because it reduces the accumulation of those lower emotions, and can help with sleep, especially if you're wound up about stuff. It definitely helps hit, like while you're sleeping, there's this phase in your sleep where they call it the anabolic state. And the anabolic state is where your immune system, your endocrine system, your nervous system, and some of the muscular functions in your body basically reboot itself. And so if you're not hitting this state, you're not really regenerating while you sleep. You actually are degenerating. So every night you're really trying to target hitting this anabolic state. And so the use of the blue healer helps you to hit these anabolic states. Excuse me.
You really need to slow down, or
I
sorry.
said blue healer, but I meant Gilead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I meant Gilead. It helps you to hit those anabolic states. And so, yeah, we could do a little Q&A.
Really good info. Just it was a lot in a really short time, so we just need to make sure everyone knows which oil they.
Yeah. So I think we covered what, like 3 or 4 right there: bronchial, sage, blue healer, Gilead. Go ahead and ask whatever questions you'd like, and do my best to answer.
Hey, Greg.
He
So all four of these we just went through, these would be things that we would do topically. So we could put these on our wrist and that would work.
Yeah.
Okay.
You do them topically. The one that I would say is not topical is bronchioles. You could just do that actually with a lot of inhalation,
Okay.
a lot of long, slow, deep breathing.
Yeah.
The sage, the blue healer, definitely topical is best. Gilead could go either way. You could do it topically, several drops on a wrist, or just inhaling it. One of the things I like to do from time to time, I don't know that we've really touched on this in a class, but I go through and dab it on my joints of my arms and legs just to flush out lower emotions, because a lot of how we process lower emotions is from lower emotions to higher emotions, is tied to the energy stuck in the tension in the arms and legs.
Yep.
Because the arms and legs are extensions of the basic chakra. And so
Mhm.
from very low, they're then eventually moving up high. And if they're stuck there, you don't really process them very well. So I used to do healings on my arms and legs to clear that out. And now I just pop on Gilead and call it good.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Troy, then Megan.
Hey, Troy.
Let's get you unmuted.
Hello?
Hey, how are you?
I'm okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
I just got a little confused there in that last couple of minutes as to which oil you're talking about that you fall asleep, where you put it on. Was that Blue Healer or was that?
Blue Healer. Oh my God. It knocks me out. I hope it does that to anybody, but so I do it in a body tonic sometimes, but there's times where I just take the bottle and go, neat, and then just rub it on some areas on my back. And I mean, out I don't even turn over. I just fall asleep face down. It's pretty intense. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Go ahead, Megan.
Hi. I wrote this in my notes a while ago. Can you hear me? Am I unmuted?
Yeah.
Okay. Since we're talking about pain,
Mhm.
tell me more about this. And it might not be an exact perfect quote, but I wrote down evolution is tied to handling difficulty and pain. Try sticking to the virtues when there is pain. If you're able to handle pain, physical, psychological, your ability to activate the crown increases a lot or substantially.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So is that because, I was just thinking about it, is that because, for instance, if you're super upset, if you kind of go into another room and just tackle that or handle that without, sharing your emotions with your family, for instance, is that because you're not exacerbating it or expanding or making more, psychic pollution?
Yeah. There's that component, but also the ability to handle pain will start to affect your responses and things. And so it kind of makes you a little bit more of the sensory mind or instinctive responses or lower emotions. And so that's usually not problem solving, that's usually more reactiveness. And so if you can sit and be with the pain for a little bit, it kind of takes you out of that state to where you're not making decisions on how to manage the pain or how to manage the reaction, or having the reaction and then going, what just happened here? So there's that component. And on a deeper level, this is why in Buddhism, the first noble truth is in life there is suffering. It's because when you are really doing deep spiritual work, there is greater levels of awareness of what's going on around you. And I mean, it's kind of hard because when you start to have greater levels of awareness, you realize people don't always have the best intentions toward you. You know what I mean? And to be able to sit with that and not get activated by them or not take it personal, you got to be able to take a little bit of a punch. You know what I mean? And so there's that component, and then there's also the closer you, every time you experience more divinity or more light, at some point, you know how just like in meditation, you have that expansion of awareness, and then at some point you're expanding, you're like, this is amazing. And then without thinking about it, you start kind of coming back into your body and things just aren't quite as bright, right? You're coming back into the form, right? So you could say almost every time you have that expansion of awareness and you start to come back into the form, it has a little bit of a purifying effect on the form, but also you're more aware of the imperfections that are in the form. And the difficulty is that even though we're the soul, we still have kind of identified on a certain level with the body, the emotions, the mind. And after a while, you stop doing it. But for a while, it's like, this painful part of me, like, oh, there it is again. Like I expanded and here I come back and it's like, in my face. And my experience would be that it helps you to be more tolerant and see the bigger picture of that process, that evolutionary process, as it's coming back and forth. And you can see like, okay, but over the last year or two, it's changed, it's grown, it's evolved, it's diminished, whatever it is. And so it kind of in a way helps you to be more tolerant with yourself and the process that you're going through in being in this life, in this incarnation. And so, yes, it could be your family, it could be work, it could be issues that you have with yourself, it could be issues that you have socially, it could be things that have to do with the things you see in the news or, politics or, whatever it is. And, because this is the thing is, as a society where we're going through that component, there was an expansion, and then there's a condensation, and then it's a stepping stone to a bigger level of expansion or a greater level of evolution. And to be saying that right now, it doesn't feel that way, but condensation has its characteristics just like expansion does. Like expansion is nice and blissful and euphoric and all these things, and when you come into the condensation, not so much. Kind of the opposite a little bit, you know what I mean? And so if you look at the theosophical writings about the changing of the age and the coming of a new age, they talk about how things are very, in that phase, are very polarized. Sounds familiar, right? Very, very polarized. And because of the polarization, it's not that there's illusion on one side, it's just illusion, like across the board. And so if you think about it, like it's really hard to grab onto something like, there's a piece of truth right now. Like, that I can hold on to. Like you're just like, I don't know. Like everything, I don't know. Everything's on fire. I don't know what's going on. Surviving day to day, week to week, month to month. And so it passes, but at the same time, it's uncomfortable. It does cause pain. It causes some discomfort. And if we don't watch ourselves, we could get pulled out of where we are internally and all the work we've done for cultivating virtue, and get pulled into the heat of the moment that's going on with everything, whatever it is. And so there's times where you have to take action and like, I have to resolve this. And there's times where you just weather the storm. You know what I mean? This is one of those times where you weather the storm. We didn't pick any fights. It's just chaos, and you gotta weather the storm, and there will be a brighter time coming. But the goal is just not to get too pulled off track until then. All of that is tied to your ability to deal with something that's uncomfortable or your level of pain. And so even in the difficult times, there is potential for very accelerated spiritual growth if you keep your faculties to, you don't lose yourself for a little bit.
Yeah.
And again, even that comes to how much pain can I handle? Because I mean, I'll just use my family, for example. Everybody's insulting everybody. Like everybody has different opinions. Everybody, and I'm not talking about my immediate, I'm talking about like, aunts, uncles, mom, dad, whatever. Everybody's kind of insulting each other because nobody's in agreement with whatever they're talking about. Everybody's like all over the place. I just keep it zipped and just go, very interesting, very interesting. Greg, what do you think? I think you have really nice shoes.
Yeah.
I changed the subject. Like I am not engaging in any of these conversations. And it would be really easy to get pulled into all of that. And you're defending it because you're trying to minimize the pain. Like you just don't understand. You don't understand my point of view. You don't understand me. You don't see me. You don't see where I'm coming from. All of
Yeah.
that is pain responses. And so when you're not in pain, you don't need to resolve what other people are thinking. You don't need to make other people happy. You don't need to do any of that. You just need to weather the storm.
Yeah. Yeah. I asked myself one time why I would argue. It was usually with my husband. And I realized like if he hurt my feelings or I was upset, and I took me a while, and I realized that's the only way that the pain would go away. Like it would
Yeah.
diminish at least, is if I kept trying,
Right.
My goal is to just really give up.
Right. And it's not only I'm trying to make the pain go away, but don't hurt me again like that.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like next time, don't hurt me like that.
Yeah. Yeah. So in a very day-to-day example, in my case, I have 2 young kids, then there's the marriage. It's like a lot of people getting upset over and over all day. It's just emotional blow-ups. It's either the kids, it's usually the kids, and then it's also the adults, and then it's just all 4 of us, and it's just crazy. Like, should I just diffuse galbanum? Or because I thought about hyssop in terms of conflict, but it's not even, it's just like the 5-year-old screams because the 10-year-old looked at her funny, and he looked at her toy and she thought he might take it, but he didn't even do it.
Right.
It's just bombs going off, and then
Yeah.
and I get super triggered eventually, and then we're yelling and screaming too, and it's a big mess.
Yeah, I mean that's I can remember stuff like that growing up. Like that's just kid stuff. I mean it's not comfortable going through it, but I remember it.
It's super awkward, and at the risk of
Yeah.
oversharing, I had a neighbor anonymously, except I knew who it was, leave a book on my doorstep called Anger by Thich Nhat Hanh, the Buddhist, to apparently hint at me that I needed to work on my anger, as if I don't already know that. So now the rest of the summer, I am
You should take that book and go throw it at him.
I went through, it took me about an hour.
With inner peace.
Like, do you really want to trigger the one with the anger issues? I mean, we can go at this if you want, but it took me about an hour to go through what to do. And first I was like, I'm just gonna, I probably shouldn't say this, it's recorded. We also had somebody anonymously call the police. I don't know which neighbor, it could have been her, could have been, yeah, because there was yelling and screaming, because I do yell and scream at my kids. Yes, and my husband. Sorry, I'm not perfect yet. And I don't know if they literally thought that like abuse was going on. I don't know what the heck is going on in my neighborhood, but I'm like, I just want to move at this point. But anyway, so I just put her book in her mailbox, and I just try not to be in the front yard very often, and that's how I dealt with that.
Right.
But
as far as
anyway, long story.
galbanum. Normally, I would say yes. but like as I was sitting here with it, like I wasn't getting a very strong yes. What I think could be helpful here, and I think we could do this with a little bit of an experiment, but I really like the idea of Palo Santo for this situation.
Okay.
Like try diffusing Palo Santo. And the thing is like I think it will break down some patterns, and it will break down some of the emotional components in everybody.
Yeah, there's a lot of dynamics. I mean, I could.
Yeah, it's two parents that are working and two kids. Like it's normal.
The weekends are so hard. By the end of Sunday, we're all like sick of each other. And we're just like,
Yeah. Yeah. So
summer's
and
hard.
also like frustration, because like what I would also say is like I hear a little bit like maybe you're getting a little frustrated sometimes.
A little. You're so nice.
Lang is really good for
Yes, I
reducing
really.
frustration, because eventually frustration turns to anger.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
you know what I mean? And so like use the lang to reduce frustrations so that it doesn't get to the anger part. I mean, even if it gets to anger, at least it's not as much.
Right, yeah.
But frustration is just mechanically going to go there. Like at some point, if you can't pump the brakes, anybody's going to get upset.
Yeah.
You
And
know,
it's
that's
just a lot of
just
like
normal.
me repeating myself to the kids, and it's good. And so it's frustration central.
Like, you know, I use my reference for like when I was young, but I would say parents these days have a little bit more difficulty, because like when I was growing up, we didn't have like phones and iPads and like computer games and stuff.
Right.
And so there's more where you're not going to have the child listening to you as much because they're so distracted with devices and things. And I would say that that's probably stepped up a notch.
It's that. And it's like, it used to be like, there's nothing good on TV after 6. So we just turned it off. And now it's like, there's always something, and there's always a remote, and there's always Netflix. So,
you know, and one of the things that you know, I can't remember where this was, but like I had a parent going to the child, and I had them use their 2 fingers. And I actually, yeah, I remember where it was. I would have them go, look at me. Like, you know, you almost do like this hand motion so that at some point you don't even have to verbalize it. You just go.
yeah.
And like, so when you're trying to do something and you're saying, hey, I need you to clean up your room, you would go, okay, look at me. Let's have you clean up your room.
Yeah.
It's like it's breaking them out of that looking at their phone or the computer and everything, which you're not going to get away from. Like that's just part of culture and who we are these days. Even if you minimize it, at some point they're going to get out from the house and be in that place anyway. So you might as well teach them a skill set while they're in the middle of it.
That's what I say. I have friends who don't do TV, and I'm like, but if you don't, they're going to be addicts when they get out of the house. They have no idea how to regulate. They're not used to it.
I would teach them like proper attitudes towards it now, because exactly like you're going to end up with a kid that's like OCD about it, because
it's like you have to teach them how to manage what is already addictive, because they're going to be on their own with it one day.
But like try the thing where you're like, okay, like look at me, and then if they can't look at you, then you're like, come on, stop what you're doing, you gotta look at me for a second. And it almost kind of teaches them like over a period of time to, like, as soon as you start talking to them, they drop what they're doing and look at you. Even if they're faking it, they still look away from their phone or their iPad or whatever it is to engage you a little bit. And it's increasing your potential for proper communication. And it's kind of interesting because like as they get older, especially the girls, the thing that they want more, even though they don't act like it, is they usually want more communication or clearer communication from at least the mother, if not the parents, when they're like young teen, mid-teens. Like late teens, they want to be left alone. But like young teen, mid-teen, you know, they want like clearer or better communication. they don't actually necessarily always behave that way, but that's what they want. And
Yeah.
so that's kind of a rule of thumb with psychology is when you're dealing with a girl at that age, you know, always just make sure that there's clear and like constant communication. I don't want to say constant, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an over communicator. It's more hard with Aryan, who like just getting his attention, and he's not on devices all the time, but like talking to him from a different room, you know, is just, it's a disaster. And just yelling, and my husband keeps doing it, and I'm like, you just have to get up from what you're doing, go over, put your hand on his shoulder and talk.
Yeah.
Like try to
And
holler.
make that eye contact.
And
You know, because that's also teaching them really good social skill that happens like later. And the thing is like if they don't have it when they're younger, as they get older, they're going to be more prone to depression. And so you want to teach them like proper social interaction, because this is fun, but this at 30 is going to be depressing. You know what I mean? And so you want to teach them like, this is okay, but also this is okay.
Yeah.
Like you got to have both, because it's the percentage goes up to like it's like 20 or 25%. Like if they don't have the social skills like when they're a teenager, then especially boys, they'll be more prone to depression later in life. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Luckily he's a big social butterfly, so that
perfect.
good.
Yeah. So even if he's not
Loves-
socializing with you, if he's socializing with other kids, you're solid. Like
Yeah,
just
he
getting to
has this
socialize with you.
really good friend, and they come over and I'm like, no video games, and they're like, okay, and they just cut up cardboard boxes and do all this stuff. I'm like,
Yeah,
good.
they do boy things. Yeah.
Boy things.
Build
Thank you so
forts
much.
and throw rocks at each other, and you know.
Okay, that's
What we
keep
do.
it down, Greg. They might hear you.
And he turned out okay.
Right. I mean, me and my friends used to have BB gun fights with each other, like, you know, the ones that you cock, not the pump ones, but the cock. And like, I think about it now and I was like, how did we not like get injured or put somebody's eye out or something? We were just shooting BB guns at each other. Thank God we weren't good shots. But
That's pretty wild, I gotta say.
yeah, that's boys being boys, or at least my friends, boys being boys. So yeah. Rock fights got so boring. We had to step it up a notch.
So it might be good you don't have kids, actually.
Yes, I would say so.
Just kidding.
No, I would say so.
I'm gonna keep laughing for a second. Yeah, someone said we did the same when I was a kid.
Yeah. And Megan, keep doing that protocol that you were doing for him with the Mandarin and
Yeah, so I mean the results were so good that I stopped and I just forgot, but
it's going to be constant for a while, because like for an adult, like you can calm down the nervous system and it stays kind of down, but kids are prone to like ups and downs in the emotional body.
Yeah.
And so you could have a calm and in 2 days it could go up to being super hyperactive again, like, you know, the nervous system, the agitation. And it's just, you know, if you think about like, you know, I was having this discussion with somebody the other day, is like, you know, sometimes we get excited about something, the emotional body, you know, because a lot of that is in the solar plexus, doesn't care if it's like a negative excitement or a positive excitement. It's just an excitement. And so either one will agitate the nervous system. Like if you just get really worked up about something positive, but it's almost like too much excitement, it can take you to a negative place, as well as the negative excitement where you get upset or reactive. And so for kids, they just constantly have to have that regulated, just because it's never going to get there and be like, oh, they're good now. Nope. hormones are all over the place. They're getting stimulated here, they're getting stimulated there. They're, doing things that they don't want to have to do. They're just all over the place for a while. So
Okay, good to know. I mean,
Yes.
that change I mentioned though has been permanent. I cannot believe it. I spent my whole life with him just so intensely on me and repeating himself and nagging and all this stuff. And I mean, he just stopped. He just goes and plays sometimes without
yeah,
hear from him for an hour. This has never happened.
right,
Blowing my mind. It's
right.
changed my life. But I'll keep it up with the green
Good,
man.
good.
And just for extra clarity, what are the methods of application for Sage and Blue Healer?
I would do either salt bath, ointment, or body tonic. I usually do body tonic, by the way. Like the ointment works, but it's can make you, like, especially if you're covering the whole body, can make you a little bit oily or greasy. So salt bath or body tonic is usually my go-to things with those.
And how to apply Gilead?
Either to the wrist or I mean, you can still do body tonic and ointment, but I would just do several drops to the wrist or inhale. And I say that salt bath is also good.
And bronchioles, you said just inhalation.
Yeah, bronchioles. I mean, you could put a little bit on the upper chest, but a lot of times just inhalation is all you need to do.
Hilarious. But how much gunpowder did you use up in various entertainments?
I don't know. It's so long ago.
I don't know if we'll have time to put the application in on the PDF. So
Yeah, I'll do it right at the end of the class,
Well, yeah.
and so we can get that to Letty, and then she can put it in the book.
there you go. There you go. Okay, go ahead, Letty.
Hey, Miss Letty.
Hi, Greg and Sam. How are y'all doing?
Good.
Greg, hi, Greg. I just had a question. The person that was asking about the relationship, like, they're going back and forth. Can you use that one protocol from the the sleep memory booklet, the procedural? Is it procedural memory?
It's
Can that be used in the relationship? Like if you're trying to, like, how you say, like, you want to break up that back and forth.
right. It's possible.
So it's more for patterns, like you want to break patterns. Like,
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Like sometimes, like when I'm sitting there like evaluating it, I kind of think of like, is there a pattern? Is there a blend? Is there, and if I was to say that there would be a pattern that I would use with that, I was kind of curious to see what those two would do. But if I was to really look at a pattern, I might do the tuberose with the pattern for the parasympathetic activity, which is back head, forehead, back heart, front heart. And the reason being, when you stimulate parasympathetic activity, it is literally the way you let go of something. And so in a situation like this, like the reason why I was like kind of sitting with it and I wasn't quite sure is, like, sometimes you start like engaging it therapeutically and then you kind of wait to see like how it plays out. Because like in a situation like this, it's not about like, oh, this is the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do. There's something playing out between two people, and it's really kind of more up to them than it is like this is a good thing or a bad thing to somebody else, like like a therapist standing on the outside. And so you don't know if it's going to be that they need to let go of something to be together, or you don't know if they need to let go of something so they can walk and go their separate ways. And I mean, whoever that was probably knows that they want to walk away or they want to make it work or whatever. But you know, at first I thought, let's just work those oils and just see, but that would be the next phase would be, I would probably do it with tuberose, but I actually might use poplar for the part where it's the parasympathetic activity. And the reason being that stimulating the parasympathetic activity has the ability to like stimulate the intuitive mind and let something go. Poplar helps to let go of like trauma, but the other thing that poplar does is it also makes like the basic chakra like less rigid to like just defending something, and is like, I just got to let this go, you know, because defense could be like defending something like physically, but also like like your thought processes, you know, still get defended somewhat by your basic chakra. And so you can actually even develop like defense like mechanisms and become over agitated. And so poplar actually helps to calm that down. But I would see how it plays out with the galbanum and the tuberose, and then do the pattern. And then if it's still not releasing, then I would do the next phase, because I also want to be able to allow that relationship to either work out or for them to just go, ugh, it's time to go our separate ways, you know, because you never know. Like, I remember it was a very eye-opening situation. I was working with these two people independently, you know, they were in a relationship, and I was doing healings on each one and working with them independently. And let's just say I did not think they were going to work out. Like they were just at odds with each other. They were just, but somehow they kept sticking with each other. And honestly, not my place to judge if it's good for them or bad for them. I just, you know, as a therapist, I was just like, yeah, it's probably not going to work. But you know, hey, we'll engage this process and we'll see what happens. And then they decided to get married, and then I was like, wow, didn't see that coming. And so a little bit of time went by, a little bit of time went by. And then when they got married, I thought it was going to be like really a lot of chaos. It calmed everything down. Like it was the weirdest thing. And I don't think anybody saw that coming. And so, you know, sometimes you just don't know. And so I try to help, but not put my 2 cents in what I think people should do. I just like, I'll help facilitate the process. And so, I mean, the procedural memory might help them let go of a pattern. It might help them let go of each other. But when I was thinking of things from different booklets, like nothing was really jumping out at me. I mean, I wouldn't be against it, but I don't know that it's going to do a whole lot. Normally, I would say yes, but in this particular case,
Yeah, because when you were talking about it, that's kind of like the first thing that jumped out to me.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
because but I guess I'm learning this
well, it's
parasympathetic
not always
sympathetic.
like it's not always a cookie cutter. Like I would say normally yes, but in this particular situation that it's been going back and forth for so long, something's being worked out there. Like, you know, I don't know what it is, but either they're working it out so that they're better in the next place, or they're working it out so they can be with each other. And you know, I'm not sure, and I just try to like help facilitate that. Whatever is the potential there is the potential, like, you know. And so, but normally I would have gone to that, yeah, like that whole segment
Yeah,
of
and
that
that's
has
kind
that
of
procedural memory. I would have done that whole segment from beginning to end.
and that's why I was asking Greg. I just kind of wanted to know like the difference, like why you went this other way versus
Yeah.
like doing the procedural memory.
It wasn't a rational thing. It wasn't like I go, oh, like sometimes I do it because of, you know, going back to how we were talking about the meditation class. Sometimes it's because of intellect, and sometimes it's because of a feeling. It was more about a feeling. Like I'm not sure what's going on there, but there's something playing out. So let's just help facilitate whatever is working out, and let it go. Intellectually, I would have gone to that thing that you said.
Okay, thank you, Greg.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
And just so you know, they are thanking you and kind of Letty, they're thanking you for bringing that up and going through some different things.
Mhm.
They said that's exactly what happens, the hyper defensive on both sides over what seems like nothing.
But if you think about it, like here's the thing that's interesting about like relationships is like when there's love or the potential of love, it feels very good. It brings a sense of well-being, but it also, anytime you activate the heart, it also makes the solar plexus release and like old things come up. And so sometimes it is about like old pains or like not wanting to be hurt again, or each one feels so vulnerable with each other that I really like you. I'm more afraid of being hurt by you than somebody that I really don't care about. Like, there's some version of that. And so, either you work it out or you don't, but that it's been going on for so long. That's why I was asking, like, is this like been over 3 months or 6 months or a year or 3 years? And so that's been going on for so long. There's something to this back and forth that is being worked out. And so if you can calm things down to where people get a little bit of a different perspective, at some point you just realize I'm done, or I'm done and I want this to be permanent. You know what I mean? Like I'm done with doing this dance. Let's just, make it official. And so, yeah, it's hard to say. So intellectually, I would go like where Letty said, but there feels like there's something still being worked out here that is really about them either figuring out if they're going to be connected or not. Yeah.
Is it okay if I post that for anybody else that has any patterns that they want to break?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do
Yeah.
you just want to explain it
That's
real
one of
quick?
my favorite patterns out of that whole class. Is that used to be my go-to thing.
They were saying that, yeah, all that makes sense.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Peggy.
I have a girlfriend who is going through a maybe marriage, and they've been together off and on years and years and years. And she's coming over to discuss the prenup and whatever, and she is not real happy right now. She's kind of angry, like really angry. What should I diffuse? Just to
She's angry.
Prenup stuff that he wants.
Prenup angry.
He wants her.
Gotcha.
Well, and just lots of stuff, but I think overall this is a lifelong love for both of them, and I think it's going to work out once it gets over with. But she's going to spend the night, and I just want the most peaceful thing to diffuse.
For that, if you have it, I do rose. Like for that. No, rose. I would do rose. Oh no. What do you have that's kind of flowery, like a flower oriented?
Lavender, and I'm not sure what else. I've got a lot of stuff from a lot of classes, so.
Lang Lang? You have Lang Lang?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want you to diffuse that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll give it a shot. I'll let you know. Speaking of Lang Lang, it's not in the Plant Prana store. Couldn't find it.
Literally, Robert just posted the link. So are you able to go into the chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, you posted the link there.
Thank you, Robert. Okay. Copy. I got it. Thank you. Robert, you've been wonderful doing all this, by the way. Thank you.
All right, 5 minutes left. I think that might be the class.
Yeah. So we're gonna still pull all this together and update the booklet, and then I will be adding more to this. Later we'll be doing other conditions and rotational approaches, and they're going to do a whole big component on the energetic components as well. The next time that we do this, we'll probably do just one day in September, and then in October, I think we're going to do another 2-day version of this. And so I kind of like this idea of being able to just talk about normal everyday health issues and things like that. And I've been writing on some of these things, but I didn't include it in here because it needs to be proofed and yeah. But we're going to keep adding to it, as well as adding the properties of the individual oils and the properties of the blends and things like that. It's just a lot of work to pull it together. But we're working on it. Yeah. So
Thank you. Thank you. It was just wonderful.
good. I'm glad you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me this weekend.